Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Global Manufacturing and Supply Chain Execution Excellence Summit. It's edition 20. So, uh, uh, welcome, Mr. Faisal Ziauddin, to the show. We'll spend a couple of minutes because it is a first topic. So, we'll try to spend few minutes, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, so people can join comfortably. So prior to that, I would like to give a quick briefing, ladies and gentlemen, across the globe. I would like to thank all the speakers who graciously accepted to give and share their knowledge, and the participants around 650 plus participants who registered, and some could be through YouTube and uh, other channels. So the program is sponsored by FRUCI and Fru Strategy. Uh, the, uh, the reason behind sponsorship for Global Manufacturing and Supply Chain Excellence Summit is we would like to connect industry experts to the organizations, as I repeatedly said in the last events. So there are so many unknown, or there are so many areas where organizations need help, and sometimes they don't know where to seek help. So we try to connect that. We try to bridge that gap by linking the experts to the industry community. So this way, we learn a lot, and also we get connected with the people, and we understand what are the industry pain points and how can we solve. Okay, so this is how, and we are very particular about Indian community. The reason is we want to make India great, and compete with the global powers like US and China and everybody else. Okay, so this encourages us and gives energy to do these programs successfully again and again. So I would like to start. Let us start without delay. Our first session. I would like to introduce Mr. Faisal Ziauddin. Little, give me 1 minute. So, Mr. Faisal Ziauddin. So, first of all, thank you, Mr. Faisal, for joining the session today.
Same here, same.
Yeah, Mr. Faisal Ziauddin is talking about topic predictive maintenance strategies to maximize OEE and reduce downtime. It's a very important topic for manufacturing sector, especially in India and of course in any developing country. So, Mr. Faisal Ziauddin is an experienced operations advisor and lean manufacturing expert with extensive experience in global manufacturing. He specialized in helping MSMEs improve operational performance, enhance EBITDA, optimize supply chains, and drive sustainable growth through lean manufacturing, TPM, Six Sigma, and operational excellence. Having worked with leading organizations such as ABB, Thomas and Bells, and many more, he brings practical insights and proven strategies to transform manufacturing operations into high performing businesses. So, with this, I request Mr. Faisal to take up this topic. So, the, the logistics for the event is you will have a 30 minutes session followed by 10 minutes Q&A. Please feel free to write your comments in LinkedIn and YouTube. So we will get those comments and we'll make sure that your questions get answered. Okay. So over to you, Mr. Faisal. Welcome and take it up
Thank
from.
you, thank you, thank you so much, Sheikh Adil Shah, for having me. It's always a privilege to be part of Lucy and your programs. The I may request the slides to yeah come up to take it forward. Yeah,
You're sharing the screen?
Please
Who is,
share.
share, who is sharing the screen, Jyoti? You're sharing?
I will share it.
Okay. Okay, take your time. Yeah, we can see it. Yeah,
You can see it, yeah?
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Wonderful, wonderful.
Yeah, please take it up.
Yes. So like you said, predictive maintenance strategies for maximizing OE and reduce times. Yeah. It is a for manufacturing people. I think it is their daily bread and butter. So I thought, let me start on a lighter note and share with the audience here that predictive maintenance per se is the introvert in the maintenance world. Yeah, why do we say that? Because predictive maintenance basically watches the trends, listens to the vibrations, analyzes the data, and then very quietly tells us that such and such point, such and such bearing will be failing in such and such time. So the real magic is not predictive maintenance for that matter. The the onus lies on the organization and the its people to listen to what is being said and take timely action. Meaning what? That the importance is in listening carefully when it comes to predictive maintenance. What has transpired over the years, we started with the premise that if something is not broken, let us not fix it, yeah, till it's fails. But then gradually we realized that the cost of downtime is always higher than the cost of prevention. So over a period of time, we started to invest in predictive maintenance and OEE per se. How did this all evolve? The need arose from the fact that from the if it is not broken to not fix it paradigm, which is the reactive part of it, some many decades ago we went into preventive maintenance. Still, lot of organizations you see they are on this path of preventive maintenance, where the idea is to prevent the problems before they occur. The gap here remains is that sometime lot of useful life of the machine gets wasted because the preventive maintenance has happened a bit early. As if you look at the diagram number 2 under preventive maintenance, it highlights the wasted useful life here. So there was a need to predict problems to increase asset reliability and utilize the useful life to the extent possible. So this is where the need for predictive maintenance arose. The other part, which I thought, let me define it at the initial stage itself, is the overall equipment effectiveness, which primarily talks about a compass for value creation. It is not a metric to be measured. It is basically something to uh, get the insights and work diligently towards removing them, root causing them, getting your teams on board and solving the problems with assigned timelines. So what is OEE primarily? Primarily, OEE is a combination of availability, performance, and quality. When we talk about availability, a portion of time that a machine or process is actually running when it is planned to do so. Performance per se measures how often an equipment or process is operating at full capacity. Quality, let us take out what you produced in the shift minus all the defects that got produced during those 8 hours. What will impact the OEE for that matter? The OEE, if you look at it clockwise, starting from 0 to 3, 4, 5, 6, the first two are the breakdowns and the setup adjustments, which primarily lie under the availability losses. Remember, APQ. So they lie under the availability losses, where you have unplanned downtimes caused by technical defects, tooling failures, and mechanical malfunctions. You have setups and adjustments, planned downtime due to product changeovers, tooling changes, calibration, machine calibration delays. Then you have 3 and 4, which talks about small steps and reduce speeds. Frequent interruptions, sensor blockages, material jams, and which operators have to resolve, reduce speeds, equipment running slower than its ideal theoretical cycle time. This is most of the time what the manufacturer or the OEM has mentioned. Organization prefer to move at say 80% of that capacities. Poor habits and poor material. So these all lead to reduced speeds. Then you have finally the Q part of it, the quality losses. Primarily, they fall under startup rejections and production rejections. I have worked about around 15 years in cable manufacturing. Now, every time in cable manufacturing, when you see a size change or a color change, you see issues where you will have tooling problems because the design department gave you a certain diameter for the cable to be manufactured, and the QC department is the one to provide the tooling. And there is always a mismatch between what is the design diameter and what is the tooling being provided, and that is where it becomes a trial and error thing. So you see losses happening there. On the startup rejection part, you will see a lot of PVC bleeding, color changes before you get the exact RAL number that is mentioned on the design sheets that is to be achieved for that particular design of cables. Then you have startup losses, yield losses or inconsistent output that occur during the initial machine warm up or startup period before optimal production conditions are reached. So these are primarily the six big losses which impact the OEE in real time. Now, once we understand the basic premise behind OEE and the six big losses that impact it, there is a need to build upon it, and the need to build upon comes once we create the loss tree. Now, the percentages may shown here may not add up, but the idea is very loud and clear that your availability, performance, and quality losses have to be further trickled down to see from where those are coming. And then, like the Pareto law says, 80/20, there is a need to prioritize these losses, find the root cause, assign owners, and verify the impact. I got this wonderful slide from Google while I was preparing, which basically depicts the entire philosophy of value creation and what is to be tackled and how does this impact the OEE. I talks about total time. It relates to that asset utilization, plant operating time, which is the big blue line in the middle, plant production time, which is the operating time minus the plant shutdown time. Operating time with the downtime losses becomes the availability, and operating time minus the speed losses become the performance. Fully productive time minus the quality losses, this becomes finally the overall equipment effectiveness. So it's an excellent way of visualizing OEE, and we can have our own uh, percentages assigned here for different type of losses to see that what is to be addressed on priority. Now, having talked about predictive maintenance and OEE, I thought, let me build up a baseline from my earlier experiences, that all of this primarily sits on getting your people ready. So I have spent some years with ABB and Graev, and like Sheikh Saab mentioned, with Thomas and Betts prior to that. Yeah, and how did we get along getting the people and the shop floor understand what is uh, expected out of them? We started by creating live equipment life history, which means capturing what the OEM has said, what are the electrical, mechanical, and instrumentation breakdown that has happened over the years, what spare parts got replaced and when, who was the supplier. So all of this effort was put in by the concerned departments to create equipment life history. In some cases, these equipments may exceed 100 in number. In some cases, in some of my earlier organizations, this number was in excess of 200, 256 to be precise. And then we started setting out TPM. Now, ABB Graev, they already have a global benchmark for total productive maintenance and lean per se. Now, they have global models for it. They call it Lean 101. And every time and anytime they build up a new plant, there is an extensive effort on part of the management and the plant teams to get the total productive maintenance rolled out, engage the plant personnel. So when you do that, you will have to train your people on autonomous maintenance. Yeah, you will have to tell them uh, about auto quality, which is no inspection from quality department. Everything that moves out of the machine is approved and accepted by the subsequent machine. It's in good quality. And one of the great learnings of this setup was that most of these organizations had floating maintenance team leaders instead of having a dedicated mechanical engineer or an electrical engineer or an instrumentation crew. There was maybe a one or two floating high level maintenance team leaders who were equipped, trained, and knowledgeable about all the three aspects of maintenance, which is electrical, mechanical, and instrumentation. And the primary onus of machine maintenance was with the machine operators, for that matter. Every day there was a daily discipline inculcated in all the team members, that every day you come at 8 o'clock, you do your clit. Clit is the cleaning, lubrication, inspection, and tightening. Take around a 360 walk around the machine and see everything is in place, nothing is leaking, your bins are empty for the day, you are ready to go. So this task was like, the first 30 minutes of every shift. So this basically brought a sense of belonging, sense of ownership. And definitely when the plant management takes a walk around the Jamba, you will see that, and a sense of pride developing on the. Yeah, otherwise most of the people on the shop floor I've seen in my earlier organization sleepwalking on the shop floor. They don't know what is happening. They don't know what is in the hijanka. They don't know what is the job card to be done today. What is to be shipped today. What is the urgency? So that basically brings about a definite desire to be part of the organization. Now once you said, and this takes about what, when we did this Graef project, we brought in the people about a year before the actual plant operation began, and we had already trained them on autonomous maintenance, auto quality. And once we started rolling, we asked the operator levels down under, that what are the possible low hanging projects that we can initiate, yeah, where you can all come together. And especially not talking about capex, because capex projects are something one time, yeah, you put the money and you bring about a drastic improvement. but small incremental Kaizen improvements uh, will be enabled through such that was basically the idea. So we created cross-functional teams, which is the setup CFT teams under team leaders, and assigned the HODs as the mentor. So what is the takeaway from this? The ability of the entire team, which may be 100, 200, 300 people. I have worked in plant which has 700 plus people, and recently my last assignment with a company called Zuari Industries, we were talking about 1,000 plus people. Yeah. So the task was to bring them together under cross-functional teams, uh, learning to see where the uh, problem is, what are the problems which can be solved without incurring heavy expenses, learning to work in teams, communicating across hierarchies, vertical, horizontal, learning to solve problems using tools such as PDCA, Pareto, and not limited to only this. Just to mention that they got introduced to these lean toolkit for that matter. I am not a great advocate for lean per se, yeah, because I still feel that there is a lot of industrial engineering to be done on,
Industrial.
on the shop floors before we really graduate into full time educating and sharing knowledge on the lean and Six Sigma for that matter. And this all basically, what happens, this all brings in accountability and ownership and sense of belonging. And I think this will always remain, whatever technological interventions we bring it about, this will always remain the cornerstone of any MSMEs, manufacturing, or even any other industry for that matter. CII insights, let make a case for predictive maintenance. Yes, Indian manufacturing contributes 17% of its GDP, a big number. Indian companies can reduce maintenance overheads by up to 30%
Mhm.
following preventive and PD activities. Following correct maintenance activity, the life of the machine can be increased by 5 to 10%. And this is a surprising figure
Mhm.
that I found on on Google. 11% of machine assets fail because of age-related issues, and this is debatable. Maybe somebody in the organization can ask that where did you get this figure? So now, and the other part is even more alarming. The 89% fail because some of the other faults qualified as human error, premature environmental. Yeah,
Mhm.
because of excessive heat in my part of India, the handbrake rubber got melted. Yeah,
Mhm.
so this is something that will fall under environment for that matter, and some of that thing that we are having on the petrol front. The Energy and Resources Institute, TERI, opines that good maintenance practices can slow down energy consumption by 10 to 25%. And last but not the least, and we always seem to miss the safety aspect of all the interventions. Yeah, the National Safety Council confirms that 25% of workplace accidents happen due to equipment malfunctions. So this is basically to build up a case for predictive maintenance, and these are CII insights on the net. Typically, what a life of a machine looks like. There is a machine design. We bought a lot of machines from Nokia mainly for Portier, and when I was in cable manufacturing. Yeah,
Mhm.
and I have seen the second part of it, the precision maintenance part of it. That if the machine installations are not done, the alignment is not correct, you continue to tackle those breakdowns, those poor quality products. So this is basically prior to starting to manufacture, and installation of the machine is extremely critical aspect which every organization needs to look into. Basic and the P2F, the potential and failure curve, is a very good indicator
Mhm.
and a baseline for predictive maintenance, which I'm elaborating further in the next slide. Yeah, basically, the PF curve plots time on the y-axis and the condition of an asset on the x-axis and the y-axis. The potential failure, this is the P part of it. This marks the point where potential failure can be detected using condition monitoring techniques. It might be vibration anomaly, unusual sound, or a temperature spike. The functional failure is the point where the equipment stops functioning as intended. It's breakdown or catastrophic failure that we want to avoid. The interval between P and F, known as the PF interval, is crucial. It basically represents the window of opportunity to take action and prevent a functional failure. So, what are the preventive predictive maintenance technologies involved here? The PF interval 1 to 12 months ultrasound detection. Yeah, very early in the life cycle. Vibration detection 1 to 9 months. Oil analysis 1 to 6 months. Performance monitoring condition based 1 to 6 months. Thermographic detentions, yeah, 1 to 6 months. Audible noise detection 1 to 4 months. And finally, if it starts to heat up, the time has really come. Right? It's 1 to 5 days. Now, ultrasonic basically is l- listens for high frequency sound to identify compressed gas, air leaks, early stage bearing friction, electrical arcing. A vibration analysis, for that matter, measures mechanical movement to catch imbalances, misalignments, bearing and wear peaks before physical failure occurs. Oil analysis, for that matter, evaluates lubricant quality, detects microscopic metal wear particles to monitor internal wear and tear without disassembling, disassembling the machine. Thermal imaging uses infrared sensors to detect abnormal heat patterns, quickly spotting electrical resistance or friction issues. Maintenance ecosystem. Now, Sheikh Saab may
Yeah.
add here the MES part of it, the
Yeah.
manufacturing execution part of it, and then subsequently the ERP part of it. Yes. Now, these are the starting blocks, which is the Industrial Internet of Things, uh, SCADA, and the predictive maintenance, followed by the manufacturing execution if you want to bring in the production planning part of it and the warehousing and all of that. And finally, the ERP part of it if you want to bring in the finance and all the cost accounting part of it. Yes. So, SCADA supervisory control and data acquisition, think of them as layers in an industrial digital ecosystem rather than competing solutions. Yeah, basically the IoT talks about connectivity, real-time data, sensor data, SCADA, dashboards, alarms, control commands, failures, PDM failure predictions, and maintenance recommendations. This is in very basic terms. This is how the ecosystem will look like. First layer, IoT connects equipment using sensors and communication network. For example, sensors measure temperature, vibration, pressure, motor current, energy consumption, flow rates. For example, a pump has vibrations and temperature sensors sending readings every second. And these send data to edge devices, gateways, cloud platforms, or on-premises systems. The second layer is the SCADA layer, supervisory control and data acquisition layer, where your they basically form an hierarchical network where the PLCs and the remote terminal units gather physical data and perform localized control, while HMIs provide local interface and SCADA provides enterprise-wide centralized oversight. Displays live process values, issues alarms where limits are exceeded, stores historical process data, allows operators to start and stop equipments, interface a PLC, HMI, and remote control units. This is the second layer. The third layer basically is your intelligence layer. Predictive maintenance uses historical real-time data equipment when equipment is likely to fail. Instead of reacting after a breakdown, it predicts failure in advance. What the workflow will look like: machines, sensors, internet of things, SCADA, predictive maintenance, analytics,
Mhm.
maintenance recommendation. The subset of predictive maintenance engine is install sensors, collect data, monitor equipment health, analyze trend, predict failure, generate alert, schedule maintenance, validate data. So this part of the workflow is basically the human part will also come into picture. Now, how do we get it started? Focus on assets that have greatest financial impact. Compressor, turbine, pump, boiler, CNC machines, and production lines, for that matter. Yeah, strategies that move. Now, this is the the aim with which we started. Yeah, our discussion today. The strategies to move OEE. Focus first on the assets with the biggest OEE losses. Yeah, bottleneck machines,
Mhm.
equipment with frequent breakdowns or chronic micro stoppages. Monitor the right signals such as vibration, temperature, pressure, current, oil quality, cycle time drift so you can detect degradation, degradation early. Use predictive models to forecast remaining useful life or failure probabilities. Then trigger maintenance only when the data shows risk is rising. Tie alerts to work order process so maintenance happens before failure, not after a breakdown interrupts production. Combine predictive maintenance with root cause analysis and SOP updates so that the same failure does not return. How PDM improves OEE? Three channels: availability, performance, and quality. Yes, availability improves, fewer breakdowns stop the line. Performance improves because equipment run more consistently, and quality improves because worn components are replaced before they create defects. The relation between predictive maintenance and EBITDA, for that matter, uh, predictive maintenance improves EBITDA by increasing equipment availability, reducing maintenance costs, extending asset life, and improving production efficiency. Conclusion: predictive maintenance minimizes expected failures. Higher OE leads to improved productivity and profitability. AI and IoT enable proactive maintenance decisions. Successful implementation requires reliable data expertise and continuous improvement. Thank you.
Great session, Faisal sir. Uh,
Thank you so much.
I have few questions.
Yes,
Okay,
please.
so we'll spend another 10 minutes on the questions.
Yes.
So I have three or four questions. One is you said very nicely about the maintenance technologies, right?
Yes.
Different technologies. How? So how is that in the working in the real time? Like you said, yeah, this one I really like it. So you put
Yes.
some maintenance technologies. Uh, is this? I know the very large organizations they have a plan. Everything they will follow the process.
Yes.
The mid segment, yeah, to some extent, yes, they do it. That smaller organizations, how can they take advantage of this? Because as you said, maintenance is not an expense; it's an investment. Because
Correct.
the more you properly you do maintenance, your asset run long and do it
Correct.
properly. So it's an investment. It's not an expense. Okay.
Yes.
So what is your advice for the small and mid-sized segment companies? Mhm.
Basically, the small mid-size, they are still uh, in the preventive maintenance mode. Yeah, and I have seen in my recent experiences with while coming back to India, that some of these activities are being outsourced. Yeah,
Hmm.
yeah, ultrasound detection, vibration, oil and gas, thermographics. So they get outsourced, and to get, and to the 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 strength of the organization will lie in the fact that they internalize these things and do that investment. Yes. So I don't see that the small and medium organizations are still ready for it. They
Yeah.
still look at it as an expense.
Excellent.
Yeah, yeah.
Mhm. Good, good. So you talk very nicely about floating maintenance team leaders. Okay, that is very interesting.
Yes,
Uh, yeah. Okay, but that is something which is very important because maintenance should be taken as a very important function, and some seasoned leaders should be take care of it. Okay,
correct.
so yeah, I don't think it is happening in the organizations. Uh,
Yes,
yeah, what
yes,
is your
yes.
advice for this? Yeah.
Excellent point. You are basically touched all the key points here, Sheikh Saab. The good thing about your program is that you are very, keen listener. Yeah. The overarching maintenance crews is not necessarily available in the market. Yes, what we have is big maintenance teams, where we have a maintenance department, where we have an electrical department, we have a workshop tool room guy, and we have instrumentation teams. Yeah. Now the challenge will be that how do you get maybe one or two professionals who are well versed with all the three scenarios, which is mechanical, electrical, and instrumentation. Now, what we have done in my earlier experience, and especially I have not seen that in the Indian context. Yeah, while I was working in India initially, but later life, in the last 10, 15 years in the multinational environment, they spend lot of time in training, and they have that, what do you call it, the skill metrics, which is constantly being enhanced, you know and with a sense of urgency and a sense of need. Yeah, so we have people who can talk about mechanical, electrical, instrumentation in the same spirit, and they can take charge of serious high level breakdowns that happen in the shop floor. Most, I would say, good 80% and a bit more than that are tackled by the machine operators itself. They have been trained as in the manner that they are able to fix the oil leaks, at least root cause them correctly, identify them correctly, communicate them correctly to the floating team maintenance crew. So that basically in itself is an assignment for organizations to train those people, because
Hmm.
if you look at some of the numbers that I was when I was preparing this presentation, I saw some US numbers and some India numbers. How much of these uh, losses we make as a country on an annual basis? They exceed in billions. Yeah, 150 billion, 200 billion in USA on the maintenance, bad maintenance, or lack of maintenance. So there is a definitely a deliberate need to look at department as a cost center. Yeah, and create that multi-skilling.
Yep. We lost you, Faisal sir, for 5 seconds.
Okay. Yeah, so where was I?
So you were talking about multi-skilling, the cost center for the maintenance.
Yeah,
Okay.
so this is the multi skilling is the training part of it. Yeah, identify the people with high energy levels. Yeah, my recent stay with Zoari was, when I went into that facility, I was tasked to create team leaders across all the SPE division, which is the sugar, power, and ethanol division. Yeah.
Mhm.
And when I walked in, I did not know this industry, and I was meeting these people for the first time. But during my 5 day of visit, I was able to identify those team leaders, which was like around 40, 44, that who will take the lead and build that kind of
Mm.
dependency, the bench strength that the organization needs across various aspects of the business, which includes maintenance because it's a process industry, which includes safety, yeah, which also includes employee engagement. Yes. So people, the reason I am highlighting this is that every organization where you are working, people know who are where is the competence lying, and which is to be triggered to create that value, to create that sense of urgency, and building that bench strength.
Great, great. So one more question is, as you rightly said, there is a lot of optimization required from the industrial engineering side. So
Yes,
people, they start manufacturing units, they jump into lean bandwagon.
yes,
Okay, they want to optimize, they want to implement all those things. That's
yes,
very important. But
yes.
we have a fundamental gap in the industrial engineering part. Okay,
So
so
true.
when we traditionally copy Japanese
Yes,
techniques, but Japanese
yes.
techniques, Japanese companies have a very strong industrial engineering setup prior
So true.
to do the lean. So, what is your advice for the manufacturing units in this regard? Yeah,
Yeah. So you can hear me clearly.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Yes, yes.
Yeah, so basically, I keep revisiting industrial engineering for that matter is that I am basically a postgraduate industrial engineer, yes. And I started my career in the early 90s, and I spent about the first 6, 7 years, working as an industrial engineer. And when I came into outside of India, and I saw people taking more interest in the fads like business process re-engineering, total quality management, lean, Six Sigma, all of that, and with having no understanding or appreciation for industrial engineering for that matter. Yeah, industrial engineering per se talks about plant layout. It talks about human factors engineering, which is about building teams, uh, you know uh, training people, and it also talks about all kinds of seven waste, which is the material handling part of it. It talks about ergonomics. Yeah,
Processes. Yeah.
yeah, it talks about processes. Yeah, it talks about vertical horizontal communications. Yeah, so all the elements as a baseline that an industry needs are all present in industrial engineering. Now sadly, what I have seen, and I have uh, tried to talk to senior people, is that they give a very stepmotherly treatment to industrial engineering in organization. They just bring in one industrial engineer and say he is the guy who will do the time and motion study or work study for that matter. So that basically defeats the whole premise of generating or creating that value out of that function. Yeah. So industrial engineering, for that matter, needs serious introspection, especially in the Indian MSCMEs, because a lot of industrial engineers who have migrated into alternate, roles, which is not uh, giving lot of value for the Indian manufacturing, for that matter.
Great. Sir, Faisal sir, there is one question from, I think, posted in YouTube. Maybe it's a different type of question, but you can answer it. So I'll let me read it out.
Yes.
Usually, I go through every founder with one question: what is the biggest challenge you have ever faced in your first year, and how did you get first 10 customers or clients for your product?
Yeah. Yeah, so basically, if I understand this question clearly, and pardon me if I don't get it right, being a manufacturing guy for that matter, I am a strong believer that get your house in order first. Yes. Now, once I have been debating this previously at many places, that which came first, a good sales or a good product. Yeah, I think a good product will always lead the way to a good sales. If you if so the thought behind this is that set up your shop floor uh, on the path of excellence, and then your sales order will fall in place. Because if you remember what happens in Middle East, for that matter, that any order which is big in nature, which is say 30, 40, 50 million, the client visits the shop floor. Remember, Sheikh Saab, the client will visit the shop floor
Correct.
and inspect your what procedures you are following. Do you have the legal part covered? You have the ISO documentation covered? How does your shop floor look like? What is your daily product quality? Where do you warehouse your products? All of that. So primarily, if I am a founder, I will spend all my time in setting up my shop floor uh, on the path of excellence. And we all know that excellence is not going to happen in 1 year. But I definitely put all the nuts and bolts in place and get the path and the direction right. And then which basically makes the life of sales teams, the sales manager, sales engineer much easier.
Great, great. I just add, Faisal Sab, it all depends on what kind of business you are in.
Correct.
Okay, so if you are, I don't know, because it all depends on the business. My advice is forget about first 10 clients. Okay, so first two clients or three clients are very crucial because that's early adopters. We call them as an early adopters. So they are the one who really trust and who want to do experiment with the new organizations, and they're open to take a chance and to get a better reward with the founders. Okay, so you need to identify them and then try to bring at least two three good people, so that open the door for next 10 or maybe more. Yep. Good, good.
Wonderful.
So I think any final key takeaways, Faisal sir? Mhm.
Yeah, we need to quickly move from preventive to predictive maintenance.
Preventive to predictive maintenance. I think
It's very
uh,
sensible. Yeah,
very
it's very sensible.
important, very important advice because
Yeah.
it's ignored topic.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
everybody talk very fancy AI and everything, but maintenance is something which is very very critical and backbone of a manufacturing industry. Okay,
Yes.
so thank you, Faisal Saab, for sharing excellent
Thank you. Thank
points.
you.
And ladies and gentlemen, give a big hand to Mr. Faisal Ziauddin. And if
Thank you
you
so
want to
much.
ask any questions, please keep posting it. We make sure that your questions are answered.
Definitely.
We have a limited time, 30-40 minutes slots, so we want to get as much as possible with the speakers. So thank you very much, Faisal Saab, and
Thank
stay
you.
tuned for
So
questions.
nice. So
Thank you
nice.
very much.
Thank you so much.
So thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We are on time. We are going to the next speaker, Mr. Sachin. Uh, Good afternoon,
Good
Sachin.
afternoon.
Yeah, how are you doing?
Good, doing good, doing good.
So welcome to the
Thank you
session.
so much.
It's a Ladies and gentlemen, give a big hand to Sachin Chaurasia, and let me introduce Sachin. Today we are going to talk about Sachin is going to talk about compliance to competence in achieving operational excellence in pharma industry. So Sachin Chaurasia is seasoned business excellence and operational transformation leader with extensive experience in pharma industry. Currently serving as a DGM in Loop
Mm,
LMS, Loop in
manufacturing.
manufacturing systems, and he also spent a lot of time in other very reputed organizations like Heikel, Biocon, and Pfizer. and and Sachin is passionate about driving operational excellence, strengthening quality, and enabling sustainable business transformations across manufacturing operations. So, welcome, Sachinji. Look forward to hear from you your experience in pharma. Thank you very much and enjoy your lecture.
Thank you so much. So thank you for inviting me in the session. So share my screen. So I hope
Yeah, we can.
my screen
Yeah,
is
we can.
visible.
Yes, 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 yes.
Yeah. So as Abdulji has already explained, so this is a session about we talk about a lot in pharma about compliance. So here I'll be speaking about how to go about from compliance to the next level and to achieve competence, and is there any way further with which we can achieve the operational excellence. And currently I'm in API and CDMO domain. So I have worked in pharma as well as in non-pharma. But I have worked on all aspects related to like quality maturity, world-class operations, talking about Lean Six Sigma, TQM, WCM, loss elimination. We were talking about in previous session, Mr. Faisal, about industrial engineering, digital transformations, where in pharma about PAT, Pharma 4.0, and digital decision intelligence, and the important piece of process capabilities. I'll be speaking about it. So before I just start the conversation, so let me start it with a story. So 10 years back, pharmaceutical manufacturing leaders were celebrating their successful inspections. The regulatory audit was ended. There were no observations, no warning letters, no critical findings. Everyone congratulated each other. Management declared it as a success. Plant was compliant. But 6 months later, in the same unit, we found deviations were increasing. Productivity was stagnant. Technology transfers were taking too long. Costs were rising. And teams were solving the same problems repeatedly. So that was a caution. But actually, we were successfully doing the compliance, right? So the question arises, how many of us have worked in organization where we passed every audit, but still we struggle with productivity, tech transfer, deviations, changeovers, cost competitiveness, or employee engagement? Especially when I'm working in API and CDMO domain. So especially API market is very cost competitive, and these challenges are quite visible to us. And these are the areas where, as an operational excellence team, we have seen that we have to work a lot in this. So the question arises, what is happening there? So the organization has achieved something important by this success, but that is not enough. What they have achieved? They have earned the license to operate. Successful regulatory inspections gives you a license. Yes, you can operate, but we have not built the ability to compete. So in this story, they have not built the ability to compete, and that's why there are problems. So the turning point or the purpose of this story was, the question emerged, what if compliance is not the destination? What if compliance is the only entry ticket to the excellence? And that question will change everything. And once we understand this, the focus will shift from, okay, I passed the audit, but today I need to build the capabilities. I am following the SOPs, but I need to understand the processes. I am reacting to deviations, but I need to predict my risk. I am having some individual expertise, but I need the organizational learning. I have compliance metrics, but I need to look into the business outcomes as well in the gives me permission. Competence creates the performance, and the excellence creates the sustainability, and that will give a sustainable advantage. So the uncomfortable truth is passing audits is not the same as winning the trust of our customers. So the day we realize that compliance is not enough, if we are celebrating the success of regulatory audit, so it means that we have just earned the license to operate. It felt like a success, but the reality is, even after that, after the compliance, you will find that we have deviations which are repeating. We have tech transfers which are getting delayed. We have yield variability that is persisting. And we have cost of quality that is rising. Why? Because we are not yet build the capabilities or abilities to compete. So, how to go about? So, we have to move on to a transformational pathway from license to operate to the ability to win. And we start. So, yes, compliance is the basic baseline requirement, because without this, we do not get the license to operate. So, we need the license to operate. So, we have to do the things right. But as a next step, we have to go on building the capabilities. We should know why it works, how it works. We have to understand and stabilize the processes and the capabilities, and then we have to go about building competence. We have to go for predicting and preventing the things, build a repeatable performances, which also captured in the previous session very nicely. And then we have to go to the journey of excellence, where we will learn, integrate, and lead together in collaboration, and we win sustainably. So, the motto here is the compliance is foundation, competence is the journey, excellence is the outcome. So, if the audit agenda will disappear tomorrow, we have to ask a question: would my operating system still deliver the world class performance? And if not, then how to go about it? So I need to go for a journey from compliance to competence to excellence to sustainable advantage. So how do I go about it? So I need to have a roadmap. So I need to start with first a value stream. We have to choose one value stream, most important for us. Then we have to quantify one hidden loss, and then we have to connect this loss to one capability gap, and then we have to build in next 90 days repeatable capabilities, eliminate that recurring loss, verify the quality and the business value of it, and then in next 24 months we should scale what is working for us, what is the one best way, make competence visible, create sustainable advantage. So that is the way we should do. And then actually what happens, many sites in pharma, when I talk about the API industry and CDMO context, they are excellent in documenting problems, but we are not yet excellent in preventing the recurrence. We have qualities issues where repeat deviations, kappa closure over the effectiveness. We have flow issues, long cycle times, queues, waiting for approvals. We have cost issues, we have lead losses, solvent or energy intensity, and hidden factory losses. We have growth issues, slow track transfers, weak customer transparency. So we have to go from inspection readiness to process reliability to customer confidence, and that will allow us to have in CDMO growth. There is a huge potential, but we need to go a long journey ahead. So the questions to the audience is: what would a customer see if the audit agenda disappears? So they will see into all these factors. They want us to go from not only just getting a license, getting ready for inspection, but a process, reliable process, confidence to the customer, trust build up, and that will allow us for the growth. So the six level journey pathway to go there. So this is one of the maturity architecture, which says that we have to move in the maturity of the site. From initial stage we could be reactive, we are finding something issues, we are fixing it, so we are in the reactive zone of maturity. Everybody works in that zone. We have to move from that to compliant. Yes, it is important to go to compliant, as I mentioned, to get a license to operate. So we need to follow, we need to have evidence of how what we are following. But we should not limit there. We should go to the next stage of controlling, standardizing, stabilizing the processes, stabilizing the people capabilities, their competences, and standardizing it. And then moving towards the capabilities, how to make the resource capabilities developed, how we can do the prediction, how we can prevent the issues, prevent the concerns, and how, that will happen with building the competence. And once we build the competence, then we can go to an integrated system where we can optimize end to end, we can integrate, we can connect, we can make use of digital maturity, and then we can achieve and go to the benchmark level when we call about the excellence or the best in class or world class, where everybody is learning and leading in their own ecosystem or in their function. But at each level, the governance gateway, you cannot miss out in pharma, the patient safety, data integrity, scientific evidences, and management accountability will be the core. So it requires growth mindset, which converts every abnormality into the organization learning. So it is about changing the culture from a fixed or compliance only mindset, which avoid news, protect the functions, close the CAPA on time, depend on experts, reward firefighting. So that is where we get stuck when we say we are compliant. But we need to change that mindset. It surfaces out and we accept that yes, there are some issues. It solves across functions, not only just in the silo. We avoid this silo mindset and we are ready to work together and solve things across functions. Verify the effectiveness, build problem solvers, and reward the prevention, not the firefighting part of it. And this will allow us to go to the journey of leader standard work. So this leader stand work is one of the very important piece for cultural development, where a leader goes to Gamba, ask before telling, and then separate person from recognize this their learning, and he ask before who made the error. He will use what did the process teach us, where my process goes wrong, and not the people. So this is the mindset where we not pointing out the person, but we are focusing on the processes and learning from the processes and recognizing that those learnings are missing, and then that is where we need the competence to build. So there is one quality maturity model which is already mentioned by USFDA, and it's there supporting the ICH-Q10 guidelines also, which talks about the quality maturity, where it is about the integrating patient, process, and business outcome. So a mature PQS talks about the quality culture, where there is a speak up culture. People are not having any fear to speak up, they are open, talking about the issues, talking about the losses, taking the ownership, and they are patient focused. They give customer centricity as the priority. They focus on digital and data. They know the data integrity. They understand and they follow the data integrity. They follow the visibility. There is a visibility of data. There is a decision intelligence which is being adopted. There is a improvement system where we are prioritizing the portfolios benefits, the sustainments of those portfolios, process performance, building the capabilities, creating a control system, and the knowledge transfer. Also, the business continuity aspects where we talk about the reliability, resilience, and shortage prevention. So, the board level outcome here is a reliable supply is a quality result and a commercial promise. So, we should all look into both our leading and lagging indicator, and we have to move from kappa close to risk demonstrably reduced. So where we not only look into our lagging indicators but also to the weak signals, closure, critical skill coverages, control strategy health, and improvement velocity. So the my point here is to make is the regulatory expectations are also evolving and getting matured, and we have seen in recent 2 to 3 years that these expectations are also being included, and these are coming in the form of a observations where regulatories are expecting to improve, moving from the lagging towards the leading indicators, moving, thinking about the quality maturity model and works for that holistically to make a mature system. Additionally, we can make use of very similar to this. We can use EFQM. This is the European Foundation for Quality Management. This is one of the for one of the framework used in Europe. So this framework can help in building a excellence of architecture or excellence framework in any industry in Europe. Similarly, the global excellence management. So there is a GEM council. So that council has determined the excellence framework across the globe. So every country have their own excellence framework which are being used, which are being adopted by many industry across the globe. So in India, it is CII, Confederation of Indian Industry, uh, uh, Institute of Quality, CII-IQ. They are the body who are helping Indian industry in towards their journey to excellence, and they are making use of this similar to EFQM model, which is used for building a excellence framework and achieving the sustainable advantage to the organization. So what it does, it connects the purpose, the execution, and the results. So it will tell us about the why in terms of the direction, how in terms of the execution, and what in terms of the results. So where this is talking about the enabler and the processes and the results. So where it talks about in terms of direction from leadership. So leadership will determine the purpose, the vision, the strategy, the culture, or the leadership. So this is the first part of what piece of it which is there in EFQM model. The second piece talks about the execution of stakeholders, talking about the quality excellence, talking about the R&D excellence. We can talk about the engineering excellence, production excellence, marketing excellence, HR excellence, and finance excellence, and so on, EHS excellence, etc. And generating the sustainable value in their own ecosystem, thinking about the performance and transforming in within their ecosystem through their execution. So achieving excellence in each ecosystem, each excellence framework, or each pillar of that execution. And then looking into the results in terms of what is the stakeholder perception, customer centricity, strategic and operating results. And so that will be the governing principle of EFQM, which is also there in CII-IQ excellence framework. So that also can be adopted now in the industry. And it follows the radar discipline where R stands for the results required, A stands for the approach what is designed, D stands for the deploy systematically, and AR represent the assess and refine. So it's a radar discipline which is being used to evaluate and do the self assessment, and then companies are like participating in this business excellence framework nowadays. in my experience, a lot of companies where I worked, they are talking about production system. So like Pfizer used to have their phone Pfizer production system, back on used to have their back on production system. So now this production system concept is very aligned to this EFQM framework. And so the application is like, first companies go for self assessment to just see that where is their baseline, where they are, and then they prioritize their themes, which themes are important critical piece for them, and then they will go for the cross functional breakthroughs using this approach, this framework. And then they will generate some external learnings also, so that learnings are not only coming from the same industry but from across industries also, how learnings can be taken, technological advancements can be done. So this model prevents the tool islands. So because people thinking is operational excellence is just a toolbox or tool island, but it prevents them by thinking from that to forcing line of sight from strategy to stakeholder results, so people can see a direct connect and direct value from the framework. And while we are talking about these frameworks, so it is also centered around the competency, and this competency must be demonstrated at the value of point of value creation. So when we are talking about the all aspects of leadership processes, then we should talk about the skill set. So when we look into the uh, pharma piece, so GMP and data integrity, process equipment science, PAT, process analytical technology and statistical thinking, RCA, problem solving, lean or loss elimination, coaching and change are the key skills. And then when it comes from operator to a shift lead to an engineer to a manager, they need a certain proficiency scale, which is required to start with competence building. So we have to look into the current level of competency, and then we have to develop their competency based on the requirement of the skill for a particular role. And this critical role is also important. We have to define these, which are the roles which are critical, and then this critical role coverages should be more than either two or more than two. Quarterly reassessment evidence should be with observation and plus the output. So we should not only look into the observation, or we should not look into only the output, we should look both together to make evidence of this governance process. So where we talk about the first level of competency as aware, so first people should be aware about their skills, what is important for their role. Then they should go for perform with support, so they should be able to perform with some expertise or some expert who can guide them to perform it. And then they should be able to perform independently as part of their competency framework. And then fourth comes coaching and improvement. So that is how it should go about. So the development ratio of competency should be 70%, they should be doing with workplace application, 20% it should be learned through coaching, and 10% through formal learning platforms. So building capability as a closed loop business process should happen. It should not be just an annual training calendar, where it should go with 6 phase of process, where we first define the roles, outcome and the risk. Then we assess, observe the current proficiency, define the baseline. Then we develop practice the skills or the competence on real work. Then we certify by demonstrating independently, so certification should be based on the demonstration. And the deployment based on the cross skill learning, so it's not only the same department, it should be a cross learning, cross skill learning. And the coaching aspects of it. And then we should refresh, we should learn from the changes, we should learn from best practices. So example use case is like in API industry, new hydrogenation campaign is there, so we should certify response to temperature excursion, pressure trend and catalyst handling. So that capability has to be built. In CDMO use case, tech transfer teams uses common skill standards for their scale ups, risk review, client communication. Maybe these standards, common skill standards, are sometimes found missing, so which can be built in. In the leadership use case, the succession plan, movement or attrition, and the capacity plans should include the critical capability coverage. So what are the critical capability, and for those critical capabilities, what is our the coverage of where are we, and not thinking just about the headcounts per se. So the outcome metric should be the fewer expert only decision, faster, stable performance after the change. So that way the capabilities should be built. So one of the important model there is the grow coaching model, which talks about the goal, reality, options, and way forward. So this model is about coach the thinking, govern the risk, verify the outcomes. So in using this very beautiful concept, leader can go to the Gamba, and then he can work around. So how one scenario is like in the API dryer cycle, it sometimes we found that it is repeatedly getting delayed. So coach should resist telling the answer. Actually, he should allow using this model, after knowing the goal and realities, that what options. So it should allow team to study the endpoints, study the loading, do the RCA, do the loss analysis, understand their vacuum and sampling delays, and then they should prescribe that what can we test or how we should go about it, and then accordingly the way forward should come. So the coaching questions that when leader will ask is like in goal, what is your target and patient or customer impact for this particular issue? What is the reality, what is the time lost for this drive cycle? What are the safe experiments we should do, and what is the way forward, who should own it, date and measure. So that way the ownership transfers from a leader to the team takes the ownership, the hypothesis becomes visible because now it is running by team with data and information. Experiment respect the change control, because team is doing it, and learning enters the standard work, and that is how we can standardize this. So this is very good tool for alignment, improvement, and expansion, and learning together with team. There is another good piece, is like pat, process analytical technology, so that where we can move from quality upstream, from sampling and waiting to sensing and controlling. So the traditional loop is we look into the processes, sample, lab queue results, and then we take action. But if we use a pat enabled loop, so we pat enabled tools can sense, can model, can predict, and then can control. In API use case, we can go with NIR, near infrared spectroscopy, or Raman for reaction monitoring, so where it will be installed in the reactor, and it will help us to understand the what's happening in the reaction, how much reaction is completed, or what is the morphology of it. And we can understand the different parameters of a reaction in real time, where otherwise we have a dependency on the results, and then we have to wait for the reaction monitoring results after the completion of the process, which can be made in real time using the pat enabled tools. Spectroscopy for raw metal identity. So sometimes we have to wait for raw metals which are coming to the plant, then it is being tested by QC. So we need to just perform the testing to confirm that the material which is came, whether it is the same material or is there any kind of cross contamination, so which can be done very faster way using this spectroscopy, Raman technique, etc., which will reduce a lot of time for inspection. Another technique for crystallization is one of the important operation where focus beam reflectance measurement or particle vision and measurement together can be used in crystallization, where it will allow us to know the morphology, allow us to understand the particle size distribution, and there are a lot of issues in the processes in the drying, and um, later on in the particle size, a lot of capability issues are observed. So these can be measured in real time with the help of these tools. The moisture endpoint in drying is also one area where LOD results are weighted. So every time after drying, the samples are given, results are awaited. So which can be solved with this moisture endpoint in drying in place. And then one more tool is multivariate process monitoring, which will allow us to monitor the process in real time, the parameters. So there are multiple parameters, more than 10 to 15 or sometimes 20 parameters, for which generally we take the data first, and then we do the reactive analysis, and then we do the multivariate process monitoring. But by that time, we have to wait for at least 30 to 35 batches, sometimes some minimum 30 batches for any process monitoring or evaluation. So where if this is possible to do, this will allow us to do it in real time using the process monitoring technique. The value creation, it will allow us earlier abnormality detection, fewer samples and cues, consistent impurity profile, and then faster scale up learning. So it's not a project. PAT is not an instrument project. It's a process understanding and control strategy program. So the non-negotiable for using PAT is you cannot avoid process understanding. We need to have a process understanding for sure. It will help us in like model lifecycle governance, data integrity and calibrations are must, fail safe control strategy are must, and change control discipline is a must when we are making use of this PAT. So there is one more digital maturity case is SIRI framework, which is nothing but Smart Industry Readiness Index. So which is talking about the process, technology, people, and organization, and it has some three building blocks, 8 pillars, 16 dimension, and six maturity bands. So this framework's talking about how we can become visible to connected to intelligent and to adaptive. So there are some aspects already being covered in previous sessions. So this framework will have some lighthouse network. So World Economic Forum lighthouse network is something like where there are 238 organizations as of now, which are this global lighthouse network. So this framework are being globally adopted, and many companies nowadays are using this SIRI framework to build the digital maturity in their organization. So this is also a very good framework to adopt in pharma. The real world signals advanced manufacturing, which has created already benefit using these three frameworks. Johnson and Johnson made use of continuous manufacturing, which has lowered their operating cost, waste, shorter manufacturing testing cycle. Roche has also achieved the advanced digital lighthouse for scale digital and AI solution, and they but do it by simplifying the process, etc. And AstraZeneca also has recognized followed the scale use of real-time visibility analytics and paperless solutions. So the message here is this framework is good, SIRI framework is good. We can make use of the framework, but do not copy the technology, copy the transformation logic, adapt it to the product process and the risk. Another framework which is very common is total quality management. So where this system is for everybody every day, and the API deployment team is right first time campaign as a cross functional policy deployment priority, where it talks about customer, process, people, facts, leadership. So using this TQM framework, we can run our daily and monthly processes, where daily meetings, abnormality management, standard work, small group kaizens, quality circles will run, and then monthly there will be quality councils, COPQ, and recurrence, customer insights, and breakthrough portfolios will be covered. So this will make quality the operating language for the enterprise and not for the department. So that way, through using TQM, it can run as at an enterprise level. So which is suitable for pharma context to go with TQM framework. Another framework is world-class manufacturing framework, where it converts losses into visible, prioritize, and owned improvement agenda, where it talks about the safety with zero harm, quality, zero defect, focus improvement on chronic losses, autonomous care on basic condition of equipment, plant maintenance, reliability, people skills, people capability, early management of equipments and product in the design stage, cost deployment to generate the value. So where loss cost metrics, where we look into the yield, solvents, breakdown, utilities, waiting, approvals, deviations, reworks in the process, asset flow, quality cycle. One of the piece in API example is filtration bottleneck. So how it can be addressed is by restoring the basic condition, stratify losses by product or shift, analyzing cake resistance and equipment conditions, and then we can standardize the setup, monitor the cycle time and yield, and then replicate the learning. So that could be very much used in API context very well. Uh, so the focus of this world class manufacturing will be on the loss elimination, where focus will be to make the hidden factory visible. So there will be lot of hidden factors, losses will be there, but only we see the visible part. This will allow us to go with one loss tree, one truth, one team, where we identify the business gap using value stream, going to the process step level, going to the loss mode level, then following the casual mechanism to generate the countermeasure and measuring the effectiveness. And it focuses on flow, quality, asset, material, people, and customer. So the rule is no improvement project without a quantified loss, baseline, owner, and sustainable measures. So this is how this world-class manufacturing framework makes relevance for pharma industry. And the growth strategy for CDMO readiness is the trust system, so which is built on the six repeatable capabilities. So the focus when we are talking about compliance to competence to excellence, so the capabilities where we need to focus is the science, the process understanding, and the quality, the transfer, the fast risk based scale ups, the reliability, the quality, delivery, continuity, the transparency, data governance, communication, the agility, change, multi product flexibility, and the value competitive cycle life cycle economic. So we have to move from compliance to capabilities to reliabilities to innovation, and then the success mantra for readiness is based on these six capabilities to look into. The customer evidence pack is around tech transfer performance, control strategy, health, capability coverage, improvement velocity, and the continuity risk. So this will make us India is ready for CDMO. So where currently API and CDMO industries are looking into. So the 24 months transformation framework, which will prove the value, build the system, and scale the capability, should be done such a way that first 3 months it should diagnose the current maturity, where are we, which level we are. Then we should go with the loss baseline, select the lighthouse value stream, leadership alignment to be done, and then we should go for proving with daily management skill matrix grow framework, and we should go with some 2 to 3 breakthrough use case, and then we should go for systemizing the things using the EFQM, CII, self assessment, TQM, WCM governance framework, which are suitable, and PAT and digital architecture to bring value in the system. And then we should go for scaling by replicating the playbooks, customer evidence pack, external benchmark readiness. So and the framework of this should govern by, like, there should be a governance structure at the level of CEO or site head sponsorship, value stream owners, and OE integration office level. It should be results should be measured through balance scorecard, focusing on patient quality, customer, people, process, financials, and the review cadence should be around the daily control, monthly value creation, quarterly maturity, and the strategy. So we should start narrow enough so that we can learn it in the initial stage, and then we should go for designing broadly enough to scale it. So that's the mantra for execution roadmap when we talk about the transformation. So India can win the CDMO future by making competence visible and repeatable, moving from compliance to competence to the excellence in the next 2 years, where the focus is one team, one system, and one excellence brand. So that's it. That's it from my
Yeah,
side. So I'm
fantastic.
open to
Yeah,
question.
yeah, very
Very
interesting.
interesting.
Uh,
Uh,
so, let me.
Let me.
There is some echo
There is
coming
some
from my
echo
side.
coming
Okay.
from my side. Okay.
Is it from your side,
Is it from?
Sachinji, or my side?
Maybe, probably, I'm hearing
Yeah.
some echo also here.
Okay. And now there is no echo, right? Okay. Compliance to competence to excellence. Excellent. I think this itself, the presentation needs a 1 day program actually. So you covered so
Because we
many,
covered
yeah,
frameworks. Yeah.
frameworks, and also you covered that the 24-month view, how to do that. There are a couple of questions. Okay. So, when you see as an India, as a pharma industry, where do we stand? Like, what is the percentage of the organization's needs operational excellence in out of 0 to 10? Where do we stand now for the operational excellence, and how can we achieve in next 2 years? What is your
So,
prediction, Sachin?
so I would say कि in this pharma industry, formulations are doing good about it. But let me talk about the domain where I am in, the API part of it, and the next booming part of it is the CDMO domain where the growth prospects everyone is
Mm-hmm.
seeing.
Mm-hmm.
So when we look into current situation in India, we are in the API generics where the margins are already shrinking. The current situation is very difficult
Mm-hmm.
in terms of managing the uh, pricing pressure and competing in the market. So in that context, the main reason behind is we are still in the compliant stage. We are either in the first phase of the maturity or in the second phase where we are just want to achieve the compliance, but we are
Mm-hmm.
not thinking beyond there. So I can say the 99% of the industry in APIs in India, we are not there. We are not close to, we are not even thinking about operational excellence. We have just started that ki
Got it.
yes, to get into CDMO.
Mm-hmm.
API generic strategy was different. It was very much focused on the cost aspect. So everybody in operational excellence thinking that they work only for the cost aspect. But now when we go into the CDMO, where we are talking about the trust factor, we are trying to build the relationship and connect with the customers, global customers. So it is not possible to be compliant. It has to go from compliant
Mm-hmm.
to, we have to
Yeah.
show that ki, yes, we are ready to be competent, we have a growth mindset, and then we want to go to the excellence
Yeah.
part of it.
CDMO is the way forward for India. Okay.
Yes,
So,
yes.
look, there are two questions. We are running out of time. Okay. So, let us take up these two questions. Purvik, Parik. One audit mentioned is to operate, i.e., compliance. However, it is observed that the excellence program too nowadays being driven by audits for awards and not fully sustainable. How do you deal with it?
Yeah, so very good question. As I said, so again, what is my mindset? It matters. Is my mindset is only to showcase? Is my mindset is to be compliant? To showcase that to our CDMO players
Hmm.
that we are doing something. But the fact is, formulations are far ahead, I would say, compared to APIs and CDMOs. And we are competing not like CDMO players are not only seeing us, they are also seeing the China and the global CDMO. So when they are moving from other global CDMO players to India, they also demand the uh, their expectation is not just to showcase, their
Not the
expectation is
certificate,
to
not
demonstrate.
just certificate.
So we have
Demonstrate.
to demonstrate these maturity levels. And when I'm talking about these frameworks are known to CDMOs. They know, they ask these questions nowadays, that are you following any framework? Are you following any process? What are you doing in your leadership piece? What are you doing in your processes? And what are you doing about your results? How you are dealing with it? How is your daily executions and
Okay.
processes
It should be in practice, not only the certificate. Okay.
in
So
the,
second
yes.
question, Sachin ji, from Faisal Ziauddin. Hi Sachin, wonderful take on OPEX. From my personal experience, fear is not going out anywhere, but instead organizations are willing to engage employees in value adding projects and a path to trust. Okay.
True, true, true. That is happening. That I am also observing that. And now what is happening? Faisalji also shared this point that we normally the mindset in Indian MNCs are like just to hire an industrial engineer or hire a OE colleague, and he will
Hmm.
take care of the showcase part or that part. Because when you go for a single person thinking that that person is driving, it will only able to showcase. But when it is driven like an organization or a system or where processes everybody is aligned, it will make the real change.
Fantastic. Thank you, Sachin, for a wonderful session.
Thank you so much.
On behalf of participants, uh, uh, give a big hand to Sachin ji for sharing wonderful insights. We need to know more about it. Yeah, sometime during next time, maybe we can have a comfortable time for this program. So thank you,
Yeah, I
Sachin
will
ji. Thank you
carry.
very much for a wonderful session. I enjoyed it. Yeah, thank you. Yeah. So, ladies and gentlemen, we just finished the second session. It's very, very encouraging to hear from experts, and we put short sessions so it will not be boring. At the same time, you get the real value of the program. Okay. So, our next program will be from Raja Mukherjee. I welcome Raja Mukherjee.
Hi, Sheikh
Welcome,
Abdul.
Rajaji.
Very
Yeah,
good
nice
afternoon.
to see you again. Yeah, yeah, good
Likewise.
afternoon. Yeah. So welcome, Raja Mukherjee. So Raja is talking on protecting plant margins against tariffs, raw material spikes, and freight volatility. Okay. So it's very important. So you will hear profitability things from Raja. So Raja Mukherjee is a renowned C-suite advisor, a business strategist, and CEO of Profitability Engine, helping organizations transform strategy into measurable business results. With a deep expertise in EBITDA improvement, business transformation, cash flow optimization, and operating model design, he partners with CEOs and business leaders to drive sustainable growth. So, Rajaji, I would like to hear from you your insights. A very interesting topic, time and again. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Sheikh Abdul. And before I bring up the slides, I just wanted to thank you for the effort and the time and the pragmatic approach that you take for organizing these sessions. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
See
Thank
my
you very
screen,
much.
Sheikh Abdul?
Yeah, it is coming up. I did not see it. Yeah, you try to share it. it.
Yeah, I've
Can you
shared
share
it.
again? Yeah. Yes, yes, I can see that.
You can see the
It is
screen?
in the normal mode, not in the presentation mode. Hmm.
No, I've shared in the presentation mode.
No, no, no. It is in the normal mode. Maybe the window what you have shared is not the right one. Can you reshare it?
Just one sec.
Uh, Put it in the presentation and then share it, like Alt tab. That is the easiest because slideshow is one window and normal is one window. So it has a difficulty in registering. Maybe or you share the full window and then put it
Can you
in the.
see now? Can you see now?
I can see the same normal people. Yeah, yes, perfect. Go ahead.
Oh, oh, very nice. So, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you once again, Sheikh Abdul, for this wonderful opportunity to be with you and the team. Today's topic is something that I've been toying for some time now, especially because there is so much talk around how do we improve the margins, especially in today's volatile world. Let me start with a question. When was the last time your plant has a completely uneventful quarter? No surprise hikes, tariff or no tariff, no sudden fuel spikes, no raw material pinches, no last minute order changes. I would suspect most of us can't remember one. Why is that? Because uncertainty is now permanent. Geopolitical tensions, trade shocks, energy prices, they keep coming. For decades, we have pursued operational excellence, lean Six Sigma, tight budgets. They definitely created a lot of value. But for a more predictable world, as IBM recently pointed out, those static 5 year plans and quarterly forecasts are no longer getting the job done. In other words, volatility has become our new operating model, and it exposes how our organizations work or don't work under pressure. So, protecting margin is no longer about reducing costs in a spreadsheet. It's about how to respond when conditions change. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is our topic for today. Imagine this scenario. It's 8:30 on a Monday morning and your head of procurement knocks on your office door, looking grim. Overnight, a new tariff is announced, commodity prices have jumped, freight prices are ticking up again. Suppliers are warning of long lead time. Now your team goes on overdrive. The commercial folks ask, do we raise customer prices? Operations wants extra inventory. Finance is asking how to protect gas. Reports are getting pulled. Everybody is working hard to respond, just as you would expect. Now, fast forward 3 months. The quarter's closed and the EBITDA is down $2 million. What happened? In fact, everybody did everything they could. The managers had the emails, the chats, the calls. Our organization is full of smart people making sensible decisions. And I always believe people is not the root cause of the issue that we have. Yet something slipped. That's our mystery. And I've seen this many times in every industry, whether there's a shock, whatever type of shock it is, there is a there is a string of events which only goes bigger and bigger, and there is a tsunami effect after that. This question has fascinated me and my team for long, and it led me to dig deeper. And the more I looked, the clearer the answer became. The first thing I noticed, these external shocks, tariffs, freight cost, commodity swings, whatever have you, don't themselves decide how fast we act. They merely expose the strengths and weaknesses that already exist in our organization. Volatility is like a X-ray, somebody told me. It reveals the fracture beneath the surface. In a stable environment, small flaws hide. But as soon as conditions change, those flaws become painfully obvious. So tariff announcements or otherwise didn't cause our margin leak. They shine the spotlight on our internal gaps. Those gaps already determine whether we maintain margin or lose it. This made our team at Rodemi rethink our traditional question. For decades, we asked, how do we reduce costs? There's nothing wrong with it. There's nothing wrong with that question. And most companies are excellent at that. But reducing cost assumes you have the time to analyze, debate, plan, and implement. In today's market, that luxury often doesn't exist. By the time we have done our analysis, the market has moved again, customer demand has changed, raw material prices have changed, competitors have changed. We have lost our window of opportunity. That's why I propose a very different question. How quickly can we protect margin when the world changes? Notice the subtle difference. The old question is about efficiency, the new question is about responsiveness. The responsiveness, the speed to see, decide, and act. And once I started thinking in terms of speed, a pattern jumped out from all the conversations that me and my team keep having with the CEOs and the CPOs. I saw the same three problems over and over again. Different factories, different countries, different teams. Yet the margin always leaked in almost the same sequence. First, the organization simply didn't see the impact quickly enough. By the time the leadership understood the hit, weeks had passed with no corrective action. Second, even after the problem was obvious, getting everyone to agree tweaks week more. Each function, procurement, finance, ops, sales, were optimizing its own part of the business. Nobody was organizing the margin together into one single cohesive picture. Finally, once a plan was engaged, execution crawled, meetings started, approvals circulated, paperwork mounted, and all the while, market kept moving. By the time the action happened, the cost has already risen and the customers have moved on. There's nothing much you can do. In other words, delay killed the value. Over and over, boards would get a surprise call, our materials just spiked, we should hedge, or our forecast just collapsed, we must cut down production. and every time margin had quietly eroded. That's when it clicked. The villain was never the tariff or the freight cost or whatever spiked. Those were just the sparks. The real enemy was the delay inside the organization. Tariffs don't destroy EBITDA, but these three delays do. So we arrived at the 21st century question: how fast can we respond? And let's unpack all these three gaps next. And for the interest of everybody, let me formally label them. Gap number one, the visibility gap. We don't see trouble until it's at the door. Gap number two, decision gap. We debate and disagree while the clock ticks. Gap number three, execution gap. And I sometimes call this the mother of all the gaps. We move slower than the market. Each gap on its own costs you time and millions of dollars. Forrester recently did the study and they came up with this very frightening looking number of saying trillions in supply chain value is getting lost because we are not just moving fast enough. They are saying organizations are data rich but insight poor. While timely visibility and decision speed, those external disruptions look like easy excuses instead of warning. But here's the good news: these gaps can be fixed. Once we recognize them, we can build new capabilities. And that is exactly what we will discover next. Let's dive into gap number one: visibility. This is the classic problem of delayed awareness. It's just like driving a car by looking into the rear view mirror. You might reach your destination eventually, I don't know in what shape or form, but only after you have hit several obstacles. Most companies only see the financial impact long after the storm has hit. In recent IBM study, they said organizations have been asked to manage real-time businesses using batch processes. IBM being IBM, they use the word batch processing. But essentially the message is in we rely on monthly reports and past forecasts. So you only learn of the problem well after it started. It's all after the fact. The damage is already done when the data arrives. Imagine your plant's performance dashboard. If it's only updated weekly or monthly, or even if you get it earlier and nobody's looking at it, it's essentially telling you we were bleeding long after you started bleeding. That's not visibility, it's hindsight. A striking industry stat, again by a McKinsey study, during the pandemic's peak, breakdowns caused by this blind spot led to trillions of dollars in losses. It means big chunks of margin just slipping out of there. So, how do you fix this visibility gap? We start by closing the loop on information. My previous panel partners have talked about IoT. I've talked about Grow and other Lean Six Sigma. Companies now invest in IoT sensors, real-time alerts, and analytics. In fact, 85% of the supply chain experts saying real-time visibility is a must-have. So good things happening at least on this front. That should make us happy. But what I'm going to tell you now may not make all of us happy. And I'm going to talk about the decision gap. Data has finally reached you and the decision maker. Great. At least you know there's a problem. But at this point, every function brings its own playbook to the table. Procurement says lock in suppliers before price rises. Sales could say protect customers, don't upset them. Finance says save cash, hedge our bets. Operations jumps in, keep machines running, don't starve production. All are valid goals, but by optimizing in silos, they conflict, and aligning them takes time and lot of effort. Forrester mentions in a recent study poor cross functional alignment shows up as delayed decisions, duplicated efforts, and stalled initiatives. What good is an idea if it dies in a committee meeting? By the time the head of sales, the head of procurement, CFO, and the plant manager all agree on a path, the window to act may have passed. That's the whole tragedy of this decision gap. To close this gap, what we suggest to organization is to maintain a single playbook. One key action is assigning clear margin responsibility to everybody speaks the same language. For example, set a shared KPI like margin at risk. We also found that firms that empower a cross-functional response team with the authority to decide on the spot move dramatically faster. McKinsey's own survey of CFOs in 2024 confirmed that we see over 75% of finance leaders are now increasingly involved in business decision making. So, in a nutshell, if you ask me, what's the cure for this decision gap? The cure is alignment. Break silos, create one meeting of mind, and push decisions down or out so that happen in hours, not weeks. Remember, I'm not saying push decisions up, I'm saying push decisions down. Now for the mother of all gaps, the execution gap. Gap number three. You might think the hard part is over once everybody agrees, but often it gets harder. Imagine the plan, buy that additional inventory, approve the new supplier, adjust the production schedule. All that sits in someone's inbox. By the time these actions come through, guess what? The market has moved again. A new raw material spike, another customer reschedule. We are playing catch up the whole time. That's a big business strategy. This is what I mean by markets move at the speed of events, organizations move at the speed of meetings. The cure? Very lean execution. Top performing firms that we work with, I have seen they have a pre approved emergency fund. They run war game rehearsals so plans can be enacted immediately. Because at the end of the day, even a brilliant plan is worthless if it arrives too less. So by now, I have talked about the three gaps. So essentially, we have also uncovered the villain of the entire piece, the organizational delay in all these three acts. So you could ask me, understood, so now what? Recognizing these gaps is half the battle. The good news is they point the way to a solution. Over years of working with factories and organizations, me and my team have noticed some companies protect margins better than the others. When we drill deep and try to find out why and how, they always said that we see problems early, we decide quickly together, and we move instantly. They have built this as a capability, not as a one off project. That capability is what we call the margin response capability. Is the ability to see, decide, and execute rapidly. It blends real-time visibility with cross-functional leverage. Think of this as a infection. It spots the infection, sends the immune system, and the heals the tissue. Importantly, this isn't an accidental trait. We found it can be systematically developed. So, for example, for your visibility gap, sensors, data feed early. Bridging the decision gap could be you enhance your governance system and the RACI. Solving the execution gap, have one single playbook and pre-approval matrix in place. This transforms margin protection into a repeatable process. And once you have MRC in place, you get a multiplier effect. Every single volatility event you face, you will start losing lesser and lesser and recover faster. So that's the multiplier effect. This brings me to a question that often people ask me. Can we turn MRC into an actual implementable system? And that's what we have done at Trudemy. The answer is a yes. and what I call the profitability engine. This isn't a software product per se, it's an operating model. Imagine an engine whose fuel is data and whose pistons are cross functional teams. When a thread ignites, the engine kicks in to protect margin. For example, we built a margin cockpit for a client, a dashboard with daily indicators, visibility, empowering a supply chain war room with authority, which sets up automatic PO triggers for raw materials when certain thresholds are hit. That's profitability engine in action. Of course, you could ask, isn't it just a buzzword or a system? But successful pilot implementation prove otherwise. This engine aligns systems and people around speed is the key to turning our three reactive gaps into proactive strengths. At this point, you might be thinking, understood the gaps, understood MRC. Show me how. How do you actually build this margin response capability? The prior slides that I shared orients us towards implementation. In practice, it means running drills for each type of shock that you encounter. Outline the first moves you will make. Set up a small empowered crisis team that meets weekly just to review risk triggers and responses. Use simulations. What if rates spike next week? Run the numbers and practice the decisions. So it also means the rethinking roles. For example, give one executive the accountability for visibility, someone who literally watches the monitors then alerts the team. Give another the authority to execute within limits, something like you can spend up to X immediately if needed. Sense, diagnose, decide, execute, and learn is just like configuring a car for a race. You install sensors on the dashboard, train the pit crew to leap into action on a signal, and streamline refueling so there's no downtime. So let's return to where we started, the Monday morning example. The tariffs will come, the commodity swings will come, the next global shock will come. It can happen tomorrow, no questions. The only thing we control is how we respond. So I leave you with one thought. In the past, companies that won were often the ones that best products or the lowest cost. Today, in the age of permanent volatility, the companies that win will be the ones that can respond before everybody else does. Remember, tariffs don't destroy EBITDA, delay does. If you remember nothing else, remember that. Protect your margins not by blaming the weather, but by sharpening your reflexes. Thank you so much for having me here. This is the end of my presentation. I'll stop sharing and open for
Yeah.
questions.
So it's very important and the wonderful concept. Um, Margin response capability. Is it like a standard financial term, or you
This is
defined it
this is the
and
this
put a
is the
trademark?
trademark. This is the trademark for
Hmm.
my profitability engine solution, which
Hmm.
actually encapsulates the core concepts of whatever I just talked about.
Hmm.
Essentially, preventing the margin leakages from happening, giving
Hmm.
everybody the power to understand what could go wrong and then act before it's too late. Sheikh Abdul.
Hmm. So, any particular, like, what kind of industry you look for? I know this profitability is important for everybody. Okay, so do you have any where this model can get major benefit, especially considering in India and growing countries? So, what do you think? So, what kind
Manufacturing.
of industries? Hmm.
Yeah. Manufacturing is very close to me because I started my journey in a manufacturing setup. And you are absolutely correct. This profitability engine can get fitted into any system, any organization, any sector. But keeping in mind, as somebody was talking, I think it was Professor Faisal who said 17% of the GDP is coming from the manufacturing industry. So that's a pretty nice number to look at. And with all the focus in manufacturing that the government has today, uh, I keep speaking to a lot of manufacturing CFOs and CTOs and CEOs to see how we can help each other.
Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, I think in manufacturing sector, especially in India, there is a lot of indirect costs and then overheads. So it's always uh, very important, and also there is a lot of juice where organization get benefit about the profitability model. So that's
Absolutely.
very interesting. Yeah, we would like to hear any use cases as we go on, since you introduced it. Okay,
Sure.
so we would like to hear maybe in the subsequent sessions any use cases, how you deployed it, okay, and how to take it forward, and then
Absolutely.
maybe this could be a breakthrough in the profitability sector. Okay,
Absolutely.
yes,
Absolutely, Sheikh Abdul. Thank you.
great, great. Thank you, sir. Any final comment or any final key takeaways from your side to the audience? Mhm.
I think I have been hearing my previous speakers, and there is a very common theme on what Professor Faisal and what Sachin also talked about. One, we have data, but the visibility at the right moment is not there. It could be either the systems are not there, or
Mhm.
we really don't know how to interpret that. That's one key takeaway, and that's coming across all the three
Mhm.
sessions. Second one, as Professor Faisal was pointing out, lean by itself will not help if you don't have the processes right. So don't keep on adding just because a consultant comes to you and says, let's do a lean project or a Six Sigma. I personally believe a lot of things will go off if we have the basics correct. Let's get the basics correct. Let's have the bare essential data ingestion in place to give you the right insights of what could go wrong, and that should make all the C-suite, the CFOs, the CTOs, CPOs, the factory leaders all happy at the end of the day. That would be my two
Excellent.
cents, Sheikh Abdul.
So thank you very much for sharing very nice insights. I really enjoyed listening about profitability. Everybody talk about revenue, nobody talks about profitability. Very few companies mastered their profitability part of it. Okay, so many companies, there is a big chance for any organizations to improve profitability, and we would like to hear in the next, maybe in the coming sessions or coming events, you talk about some use cases and in the industry use cases. So thank you, Rajaji. Thank you very much for
Thank
a
you,
wonderful
Sheikh Abdul.
session.
Thank you. Namaskar.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, we just finished three sessions, very crisp, to the point, and very interesting insights. Okay, so I take this as an opportunity to thank Mr. Raja, a very seasoned CFO and finance expert who has introduced margin response capability, and look forward to hear his good things from him as we go on. Yeah, yeah. So I would like to invite our next guest speaker, Mr. Arindam Datta. Arindam ji, nice to see you again.
Same
Uh,
here, Abdul ji. How are you
yeah,
doing?
yeah, all good. Welcome, welcome.
Yes.
Okay, nice to see you. Yeah, I'm very excited to listen to each speaker because they bring very vast experience from their experience and expertise. Okay, so now I would like to introduce Mr. Arindam Datta. The topic we are going to talk about is AI strategy for mid-size manufacturing and supply chain organizations. Arindam Datta is a distinguished board advisor, a digital transformation leader, and AI strategist with over 27 plus years of experience in digital IT transformation, having held senior roles in TCS, Gartner, Wellness Forever, and also the Insurance Information Bureau. He has guided organizations across industries in leveraging digital and AI business growth. He is also best-selling author of The 7 M's of Digital Transformation, recognized for his practical insights into successful digital transformation. Very eager, waiting to hear from you, Arindamji, your insights on AI strategy for mid-size manufacturing and supply chain organizations. Over to you, sir.
Absolutely equal pleasure for me, sir, and thanks for choosing me to be here. It's a great topic. It's a topic which is being discussed. The more we discuss, the less it seems. And I'm sure at the end of our session also, and good part is I think we have couple of sessions on AI, so that's great. Um, what I'll do is I'll put up my presentation so that while I talk, I also talk through some of the thoughts put across in words and in some cases pictures. So I'll do that. Abdul ji, just let me know when the presentation is visible. I'll just put it up.
Yeah.
Is the presentation visible?
Not yet. I think it's coming up. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I can see that. Yeah. Please go.
Brilliant. Brilliant. Audience, good day to all of you. Some of you may be in different parts of the world, so great catching up. So the topic which I was asked to pick up, very interesting, as I said, AI strategy for mid-sized manufacturing and supply chain organizations. Honestly, I've had the fortune of traversing across industries, and every time, even today, I look across industries and see what tech is doing to the industries and vice versa, and especially the potential of things like AI. I'm left amazed. So, to be honest, while I'll touch upon mid-size manufacturing and supply chain for this discussion, I may also take the liberty of going into across industries and AI strategy in general, because it's such a vast topic. And also, my research, my observations tell me that it's equally beneficial and sometimes equally relevant across. So the questions are similar around on AI. Sometimes the answers are similar, and of course, the learnings, and that's most important, what we gain are bound to be similar and equally helpful to people around. So agenda, what I'll cover, I'll keep it crisp, and that's has been the trend of this confluence, as I heard from Abdul ji. So business context to start with, talking about some of the current challenges and opportunities. Why AI now? Of course, we are hearing about it, but are things that real? And how it can be a strategic differentiator for this segment when we are talking about mid-size manufacturing and supply chain orgs. uh, AI value realization pathway. This, I'm sure some of you will find interesting. It's kind of me putting together some of what I've been observing, not only over the years but recently. So there's a brilliant question which a lot of you may be asking: where are we today in terms of the rest of the industry? So this third section hopefully will give some answers, and I'm sure it will throw up even more questions. Then foundational framework for AI led value. I think this is to sort of answer a question: where do we start? Okay, I know AI is good. I know AI can get me a lot of value, but where do I start? So that's where section 4 will sort of touch upon some evidence around, and I'll call out the case studies which I'm referring to and why they are there. And of course, no strategy is well thought of without keeping some of the risks in mind. So I'll touch upon those. So let's go on this journey of a little bit of discovery around AI strategy, my small attempt to share a few learnings. So, the business context, if you observe, lots of clouds actually. I mean, to be honest, uh, wars have become order of the day almost, right? I mean, and that has tremendous impact on our industries, especially supply chain organizations know it very well. My friends in the manufacturing companies, I mean, talk about it. uh, so thin margins, lean teams, do more with less. I think a lot of you have been hearing that quite often. Costs are rising, traceability demands, demands of ESG, and of course, talent pressure. You are always focusing on the next best talent to be in your team. Every time you think you've got there, you are fighting the next fire. You feel, oh, I've taken care of the last challenge, another bigger one seems to stick up its head. So ever reactive firefighting mode. And of course, if we look at things, siloed data, legacy systems, late decisions, that age old feeling that maybe we've just missed the bus. So all these are clouds, right? And these are challenges. I think most of us in the industries can relate to this. And there we have AI almost like a sun, bringing in the sunshine, and everyone talking about it. Artificial intelligence, the I mean, not even the silver bullet. If I have to match the color here, the golden bullet, right? And so, what does AI promise, or what are the opportunities we are really thinking about? So, yes, AI does provide a silver lining: smarter forecasting, a lot of noisy demand and supply signals. AI can and has been helping in some cases to give some, as they say, method to the madness. So smarter forecasting, connected operations. There is that gap between sensing and acting. So the ability to literally act, but at the same time sense it at the right time and decide at the right time, and across the value chain. So enabling connected operations, AI definitely provides a great opportunity to do that. Predict and prevent, spot failures, delays, risks, and take action before they hit hard. And as I take you through this, I'll refer a few cases where actually some good work is being done in defect detection and prevention, and lots of good benefits there. And this is what I'm most excited about mid-size organizations, and today's topic, mid-size supply chain and manufacturing organizations. To me, and I think many of you would agree, mid-size actually means agile. You are not too small so that every resource you have to really measure every bit of it. You can spend where it makes more sense or most sense. At the same time, sometimes you are not as uh, fixated in old methodologies as larger incumbents. So I would really ask all of us who are mid-size and into these industries to take it as a positive, because AI is definitely going to give us the advantage. With that, I'll move a little faster, but this was important to cover. So, post the business context, why AI now? I think the first sentence which I've put there should be pretty powerful, and I'll literally read it out to you. The world around you is moving already. So it's always interesting to say, oh, is AI really going to have the impact which everyone is talking about? Let's wait and watch. Let's look at, some very successful use cases which others come up, and let's judge it. That's a way to look at things. But let me tell you, the world is moving, and the choice we make or you make is now. It sets your base for the future. These are some predictions, and to be honest, as Abdulji mentioned, I've spent some significant time in Gartner, so it's quite very natural. Although I've moved ahead, but for me to refer to a few of Gartner's predictions for 2030. The first one, that big number, is 53 billion US dollars. That, as per Gartner, is the supply chain agentic AI software market from around $2 billion in 2025. So, and needless to say, that's a huge jump. So, simply put, there are organizations across the world who are looking at leveraging agentic AI, for example, in supply chain. So there isn't a reason to really fall behind. Similarly, 70% large scale organizations are expected to adopt AI based forecasting to predict demand by 2030. Big number again. 10%, the next one, the number may look a little low, but that's today at 2%. By 2030, 10% semi autonomous AI agents will orchestrate key production, quality, and maintenance of operations. That's quite a leap, I would say. Interesting, again, some a good survey was done across global supply chain leaders, and 88% of them have already implemented or plan to implement capabilities to automate interactions with machine customers. A very interesting term. Of course, I won't devote the entire section for this discussion, but I think couple of thoughts on machine customers are important. What are machine customers? I think most of you know, but just to highlight, machine customers in some way are frankly what some of us are already becoming. Let us be honest to each other. These days, when we make any buy, even buying something from the stores or online, we have our own analytics, and there are a bunch of AI agents and so on which are actually feeding in a lot of data feeds, reels, etc., determining what we buy. And that's not also totally irrelevant to even B2B customers. So what supply chain leaders are banking on is to make the most of it and sort of know how to leverage those capabilities. So what is the present telling us? A lot also. It's not just 2030 we have to kind of wait and watch for. The present actually says that there is a huge wave of AI enabled applications. It's growing 56.5% CAGR. So what does this frankly fancy term infused ERP wave really imply? You have your ERPs, or you have your systems which for a long time have been called the systems of records. What quickly is happening is people are looking for systems of action, small AI agents or such tools sort of sitting on top or working with or embedded in the ERP and other systems of records to drive quick action. So that is what is happening. Scaling physical AI at the edge, so really on the shop floor, warehouse, that has accelerated. And people are really seeing some tangible gains with AI driving micro level efficiencies, and this is across the value chain, right? So a very simple yet interesting example. There are cases today where AI is spotting small vibrations in a machine, and it's predicting the failure, and and it is ordering a part automatically. So it's getting to that level. Very interesting times going on, I would say, and more interesting times ahead. Moving ahead, I faced this question quite a lot of times, and I thought I'll just bring it up. Most of you know, understand, but sometimes, we have to kind of distinguish or differentiate. A question becomes, we have had RPA, we have dashboards, we have chatbots. Now, what is this AI agentic AI coming up? So is it just a new name, or does it do something really different? I've tried to capture it. It's out there. So RPA, robotic process automation, as most of us know, it repeats stable rule-based setups at high throughput. But as we also have understood, it breaks when inputs change. It cannot handle ambiguity, right? It gets confused. Dashboard analytics, like all of us love some of our dashboards. We'll continue to look at them, but they show trends and exceptions. It leaves the diagnosis and the action to humans. Chatbot, we've had our fair share of chatbots. They answer questions, drafts contents. Some of our co-pilots also are doing a good job, but lacks durable memory and real decision capability. AI agentic workflow does these very important things, and let's note, observes, reasons, plans, acts through control tools, and escalates and logs, and this is also very important, within explicit limits. So agentic AI is there. It's a revolution, but it should not replace human judgment. It should literally compress the time between signal detection, diagnosis, recommended action, and governed execution. So that's where agentic AI is really becoming the differentiator. I was talking about the third section, the AI value realization pathway, and something which I've been observing. Of course, all of us are used to sort of maturity models, maturity paths. Is this a maturity model? I mean, I would be honest and say the AI realm is so very developing and dynamic. I personally won't say it's really a maturity model. However, it does has the capability of becoming one. But what I also observe is there are certain clear observations, inferences which one can draw when one looks at the industry across. So as you see, most organizations, and I would sort of call it out that mostly our mid-market or mid-size supply chain and manufacturing organizations are somewhere here. So there is awareness on AI and agentic AI to an extent within parts of the organization, if not fully. There are some levels of usage, and mostly the usage is a good analysis, a good output in terms of a shiny PowerPoint deck, and somewhere it's moving in between. So people have the licenses. I won't mention the various names in the industry, but people have gotten the licenses, but really are looking for or trying to push for value led adoption, and really in the dilemma zone of how do we get there. Of course, there is a whole journey to traverse. One part is actually getting to the next level of reimagining or redesigning the workflow, actually to get the full potential of AI. If we do old stuff in old ways with new AI, it's not really going to work. So that's my take from whatever I've been seeing. Uh, of course, the real, as they say, bang for the buck, these days it's bang for the token, and the costs behind the tokens is if the maturity level really hits org wide synergy, so enterprise value. And of course, then there is this whole realm of governed scale, where the ultimate ambition is for the few and the brave. I think all of us in the audience who have something to do with this should be attempting there, but I think a way to go. But governed scale is very important, because we know that our favorite AI agents have this thing of going off track at times. But that's where the reality lies. A Forrester study says that there is a AI scaling deficit as of today. Only 26% of top global enterprises that they have surveyed consider themselves advanced in operationalizing AI. And when I say advanced, and when I really went through that research, it's somewhere here that most of them are pivoting around quite a way to go to enterprise levels, full scale. So a way to traverse. Very interesting, isn't it? So, after all of that, after almost hearing that even the biggies are kind of trying it out, trying to get there, uh, the question I think many of you would have in mind is, where do we start, right? Is there a way to even go about it, or we do we just say no, this is too big an animal to handle? My take, and as you see, is, as I've put, and some of the good research around is also saying that it starts small but go deep. So choose one specific domain problem to solve, literally one. Think business outcome first, what comes out, and be open to reimagine the entire workflow almost backwards. Uh, be open to designing stuff. Be even open to having AI sort of surprise you in a good way. But that's the way to look at it. Look at, when choosing cases and what to put AI for. uh, have AI undertake significant part of routine data intensive preparatory activities. Have your people look at interpretation, decision making, the whole judgment part I was speaking about in the previous couple of slides. This is very, very important. Fix your data, as they say. I mean, this is a very old saying, most of you have heard it, used it. Gigo, right? Garbage in, garbage out. So if we don't fix the data, we can just complain about AI being just a shiny technology like any others that we have encountered in the past. So AI is only smart as the data it gets. Poor data creates poor results. Leverage your partner ecosystem. This is very interesting. I'm just calling it out. I mean, maybe obviously uh, I'm putting my neck out there, but you don't really need a giant in-house tech team. Like, you don't need an army of all AI engineers. So look for partners having AI talent. The consulting team you have been working with or you have trust with, they are also bringing up folks big time. Evaluate domain specialized vendors. And this is very, very important. Motivate your workforce to be AI savvy. Prepare your team to use AI. Encourage a culture of trying new things, and you will be yourself amazed at what your team can do. And I'm sure some of you are seeing some of that happening in front of your eyes. I'll move a little faster, just to respect the time. Now, I talked about how we go about it. This is sort of getting into the psyche of the agentic AI workflow, right? The AI that we build also learns. I mean, some of you, in fact, I know many of you are very savvy already and use your chat GPTs and Geminis and Claude and other AI agents. And you would realize that it seems to be learning very quickly, right? They almost talk to you as if it was your, next door neighbor or friend. So, how to help train your AI solution to deliver value? So, in our context, when we look at our manufacturing and supply chain industries and systems, teach your AI to learn to observe which signals from which systems really make most sense, and feed them into it and see what it kind of generates in terms of insights. Let it learn to reason over a business objective. So, service, margin, inventory, costs, risk. Very interestingly, in the previous session, the speaker beautifully articulated about profitability, right? So, if we give the AI agent that to mull over and look at our data, what does it do? What does it say? Learn to plan. Let the AI agent plan the next action or sequence of actions. Learn to act. Can it generate a help desk ticket, a draft PO? Can it approve certain transactions but within limits? Learn to escalate and log. Teach it confidence levels. This is okay to take a call, this is not okay to take a call, and policy threshold, and everything should be logged, so so that it can learn from it and we can help monitor. So, going back to what I said just a while back, humans retain judgment, the AI loop accelerates speed of accurate decision and action. Interesting, doesn't it sound that way? Let me move on to the next. So, is there evidence around? Of course, a lot of them. But if you see, I've chosen a few examples here, and if I'm not mistaken, a lot of you may say these are not mid size companies. Okay, don't kid us on that. Absolutely, I would agree with, I think, most of you or most of the logos or names here. But why have I still put them out here? A couple of reasons. One, I know a lot of good work is happening in the mid-sized companies itself, but I honestly felt that if I choose two and leave out two others, it won't leave a great taste, right? So I'll have to be a little fair out here. Second, and that's, I think, the more important point, if these big ones can do it, and remember I talked about mid-size being agility, there isn't a reason why some of this can't be done by many of us. And I'm sure, and I've seen also many of you are doing some of these, if not more. But I think it's important to do it regularly at scale and with the right business outcomes. But quickly touching upon a couple of these, maybe for the interest of time. Asian Paints, a favorite of many, and for me as well, to be honest. They implemented automated defect detection with image processing using AI vision. That detected over 15 paint related defect types with precision across a color palette of 2200 plus colors, with 93% AI model accuracy for that defect detection. And let me put a small perspective to it. I mean, these numbers still look okay. 15 paint related defect types, I mean, that's okay, that's good. But Let me just share one statistic many of you know. Asian Paints, on a rough estimate, uh, they have a capacity of generating about 5.89 million liters of paint every day. I'll repeat that number: 5.89 million liters of paint every day. So, doing, implementing it at this level really speaks a lot. And it also says AI is working in some way. Other great examples, obviously, the details I can share offline. Some of you may know them firsthand. Merck's great global shipping giant saved over 300 million annually by deploying predictive AI models, improved vessel maintenance, fluent efficiency, and reduced routing delays. Again, big, they are huge. But the point is, again, these are replicable, these can be taken, and I think the speed of implementation has become faster with us, and so that's where we have a great journey ahead. I'll just move on to the last slide, I think, and take any questions if maybe there through Abdulji. Any strategy is not without risks, and as they say, fortune favors the brave, so we have to take some risks. But honestly, I put these down, and when I was putting across the potential impact, one part of me actually wanted to put some low risk, I mean, tag one of them as low risk, and I could not. I had to put all as high medium. I know some of you may actually debate and have a very nice friendly debate with me saying all of these are high. Okay, don't kid me on saying that any of these is medium, because we are kind of bearing the brunt of some of this. But long story short, I think where there is a will, there is a way. Where we want to go ahead and do innovative things and ride the wave which AI and agentic AI provides us, we have to take some risks, build in some mitigation. But that's where we have to look at. So this one I'll just touch upon and leave the rest. AI hallucinations, right? I think it's becoming better every day, but still there are places where AI can go off track. So having a human in the loop is very, very important on all critical decisions. And having drift alerts, interesting term, but as you understand, as they say, when a boat goes off track, it drifts. So when your favorite AI agent is going off track, we should get alerts immediately and do something good. So yes, I had a few more things, but that's okay. The team needs some guidance. They need to feel important, and they are. The teams are not going away immediately. So human AI operating rhythm is the way to go. And of course, as I said, let's create differentiated value with AI. Thank you for the patient listening. And back to Abdulji, I think.
Yeah. I think you made the complicated topic much easy to for the audience to understand, Arindamji. I really like the last slide where you talk about the risks. I think that slides tell about AI journey, everything. Okay, so just I would like to repeat two things. First and second one, which is the data silos, uh, where traditionally the digitization or digital transformations, whatever you call it, considered as an expense. Okay, so far, at least in India, at least I have visited at least 500 manufacturing units so far in different segments, different regions. So AI, IT technology is still an expense, but AI brings something which they long for. Now, how to do that is a question, because when you want to jump into the AI bandwagon to get the benefit, you need to have a digital readiness. Okay, the data architecture of complete organization is very critical. So the moment you start somewhere, and then it will become another silo. If you don't plan it very well, it will become another silo. That is very important. You touched, that is a very high risk item, the top priority. And then the skill, as you said, it's a really challenge. Not the all organizations have the same kind of. There is no proper standard. Okay, in the technology, what kind of skill sets we need to have, just like any other domain, and manufacturing, quality. So you have a proper profile requirements. But when it comes to technology, it depends. What is the technology you are using currently? If you are good at that, you consider that you are a good IT guy. Okay, so all these things, it will become a very important points. As you said, that risk slide is something which we have to follow. And then the maturity, uh, it is not like a just one heap from 0 to 100. It's a stage wise. Okay,
Correct.
so you explained very nicely that. Okay, so it's a very fragmented environment in India. Yes, organizations are catching up. So what is your advice to start the journey? How they need to start, and how can they take help? Okay, and how can they achieve? What is the timelines? What is your advice to the organizations? Arindam?
Brilliant. Thank you. Thank you for summing it up brilliantly as well. And yes, the advice is, I'll reiterate a couple of the points which I made during the presentation. I think it's important to start. Whether to start or not is, I don't think, a consideration. Important to start, and I highlighted it in the framework which the foundational framework which I shared, is important to start with maybe one opportunity or so-called domain problem, which has is as they say, keeps the leader awake at night,
Hmm.
and go deep into it. It's not just creating a lot of shiny things around, like a kid in a candy store, and
Hmm.
leaving people sort of just jazzed by the fact that, oh, we are doing AI. Okay,
Hmm.
we have to get beyond that in some cases, and go deep into the opportunity or the problem, and reimagine. If AI helps us to do this, okay, what all can be done with its help,
Hmm.
right? And really challenge our thoughts, sometimes our inhibitions, and then move forward. Okay. Second, I think you touched upon a very important point of the skill, right?
Hmm.
And how to latch on to the right talent. Of course, we need some core skills, and as I mentioned, leveraging the partner ecosystem
Hmm.
in terms of the right consulting organizations or tech organizations is also very important, because growing a huge team overnight, and that to an army of AI engineers, may not be the best thing. Okay. At the same time, I would really want to challenge the fact which erstwhile IT thought process had, that everyone has to be tech experts. I would rather promote, and that's what I've seen, and even in my book, I have referred to fusion teams. Even talent from the business. Now with AI, they can, go across that hump of so-called tech knowledge much faster. You really don't have to be a coder to now create a AI agentic engine. You can be a huge collaborator, even being from the business side. So the next mantra is create that fusion team who can work with one of your top problems, a problem which keeps you awake at night, and have AI do the magic. At the same time, govern it well, have your alerts and monitor it. Don't let it go all over the place.
Mhm.
See how it's panning out. And then when you are more than confident that it really is a game changer, deploy it. And then one success story will lead into the other.
I really liked it. I really like the way you explained this. You identify one major industry problem, which, if it is solved, you will be successful. Okay.
Absolutely,
So then
absolutely,
you drive backwards and you do whatever it takes. I think
absolutely.
that's a fantastic takeaway.
Absolutely.
Okay.
And each organization, I believe, have their unique not only problem but opportunity. They have their
Opportunity.
own IP.
Mm,
Uh,
mm,
we
mm,
do this well. How can we do it like to
mm,
touch 20 organizations? Now we are touching. How can we touch 2,000?
mm, mm.
Yeah. So
Great, great.
yeah,
So we have a couple of questions.
sure.
Then we can. Bhaskar, I think good insights, Arindam sir. Any thoughts on various subcomponents of AI costs? Very interesting, especially viable way of token subscriptions for mid-size companies, please. I think this is very important. And the second question is maybe you can take both. So, some thoughts on AI governance and data governance. So, what is the difference?
Excellent, excellent. Great question. So I'll take one after the other. Loaded questions. So very very nice, very interesting. So thanks for asking those questions. Uh, Firstly, I think there are various components of the cost, as we all know. Um, the token cost, the license cost, the AI infra cost, these are all there, right? And so I'm not going into all the nitty-gritties of the cost here, but let me call out, and I think that's where the question has been asked. It is very important to really look through these costs and sort of do a projection as to what would it mean when it happens at scale, and what does it mean to really uh, look at the sort of the ROI on this. And these days, Abdul ji, I was hearing this term in a few conversations, very interesting. Someone was saying, no, it's not ROI, it's ROT, return on
Hmm.
tokens.
Hmm. Hmm.
So
Hmm.
the costs
Hmm.
on the tokens are becoming, they are hitting over the roof. So
Hmm.
people are very wary. And so much so, choosing the right business case is very, very important. Otherwise, what is gradually happening is you pick up something, and then when you try to bring it to scale, you see that the costs are overrunning your benefits. So, someone just said it, and I would quote sort of shamelessly, it's like taking a Ferrari for your shopping run. You go to a shop and someone takes out a Ferrari. So, so the
Hmm.
2 kilometers that you traverse, is it worth it? So I think that's how I would. So look at all the costs, is I would say. The other, I think, the other interesting question was AI governance versus data governance. Of course, I think AI governance is uh, more an umbrella over data governance in the current context and what I'm covering in today's session. Data, as we spoke, and Abdulji, you kind of underlined it. That's very, very important. If the data is not right, and it's not governed, it will lead to garbage in, garbage out, and some dangerous garbage out in some cases. So I think that's important. But otherwise, AI governance also goes beyond data. I think one of the big areas to govern with regards to AI is the cyber and IP risk. cybersecurity and IP risk. If I think we noticed that was one of the key red items. Okay, we have to see that our IP stays where it is. The surface of attack that gets exposed if we are mindlessly implementing AI will become more of a challenge than an opportunity. So we have to look at that. Back to you, sir.
Yeah, great. AI is a number of from the governance point of view, and data
Absolutely.
is part of it actually.
Yep.
Good, good. So thank you, Arindamji. It's wonderful insights, refreshing. Okay, so thank you very much. We have 1 hour 10 minutes remaining, and then we need to cover two topics. So thank you very
Brilliant.
much on behalf of participants. Very interesting session, and I would like to read your book sometime. Okay, so good luck to you. Thank you very much.
Thank
Thank you very
you,
much.
and thanks to the audience. Brilliant session, brilliantly organized, Abdulji, and I'm sure many of the audience will like to take these
Thank you.
things
Thank you, sir.
forward. So we'll connect. We'll connect offline. Yeah. Have a
Thank
nice
you.
evening,
If
everyone. Bye
anybody
bye.
would like to, yeah, if anybody any questions, please keep posting it. We will make sure that they get answered. Thank you very
Absolutely.
much. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Let us welcome our next guest speaker, Sheikh Muhammad. Assalamu alaikum, Durani Saab. Nice to see you again, as usual. Uh, so let me give a quick introduction of Sheikh Muhammad. He's talking on overview of artificial intelligence and future for organizations. Sheikh Muhammad is the founder and researcher behind Zero UI Technologies, where he is building governance first AI infrastructure for real world software and business workflows. His work sits at the intersection of agentic AI, release governance, infrastructure architecture, human AI collaboration, and accountable automation. I think I would like to hear more from you, Sheikh Mohammed, and then the topic. Over to you. Yeah, please
Sure,
take it forward.
sure. Thank you very much, Abdul sir, for giving me this opportunity. Let me share my screen. So the interesting part is there is no PPT. So I stopped creating PPTs these days for my
Mm-hmm.
talks. So I am experimenting with notepads, just typing the text what I wanted, because
Mm-hmm.
what is happening is in many of the sessions, right? And when you go for a talk, you get so many things from the speaker, and tangible outcomes for the audience are less than 10%. So this is what my 30 years of experience giving different, talking on different topics. So I decided that, okay, I'm going to pick only one topic for today, and I'm going to make it very simple and to very crispy and very pragmatic, and where the audience can take away these learnings, okay, and my experience through this talk, and then probably they experiment with their own organizations. If you are a consultant, maybe with your consulting companies, your clients, or if you are working for your own company, maybe experimenting, having a conversation with your leadership. This may help. Okay, so I want to start with, let me share my notepad. Where is my notepad? Still my share window. Oh yes, there we go. So hello, everyone. Happy evening. I'll start from where Arindam has stopped, right? So when Abdul sir asked Arindam that, right, how do the organizations start? Where do they start AI into there, right? I mean, he said pick one use case or use, one problem area, and then take it from there, do some experiments and see the results, and then C, and then cross pollinate across the organization. So I'll pick from there, okay? And then, the theme of my talk is how can we make our organization self-explaining, okay? This is a very powerful, concept in the AI world, okay? So how can we make our organizations speak themselves? Okay. So this is very interesting and close to my heart, and this is my favorite area where I do a lot of my AI research around that. Okay, so and I'm going to focus today, as suggested by Abdul sir, that I'll be focusing on manufacturing company. Okay, preferably assembly manufacturing like tier one auto manufacturer. So that's the thing which I'm going to focus on for today. And for the next 30 minutes, I don't want you to be audience. I want you to be a leadership team of an automotive manufacturing company, because we're going to discuss the practical crisis, and how can AI can help those organizations in creating the self-explaining organizations. The crisis is your largest customer has increased tomorrow's requirements by 20%. Okay, and potential penalties. I'm talking in the Indian context. I hope that all the audience are Indians. um, I'm going with that assumption. So 25 lakh rupees is what potential penalty if I don't meet that requirement. Now the situation is totally different. What should the company do? Should we pay per premium freight? Should we move approved stock from another plant? Should we change the production sequence? Right? There are so many options are there. Now we make choices, okay? But the challenge is we are deciding without complete context. We do not yet know the availability quantity at the other plant. When I say we don't know yet, meaning that all these dots at one place, okay, not that they don't have this information. And these are information, there are silos are there in the tier one manufacturing organization what we are talking about. So the availability of we don't know the available quantity, we don't know the transport time, we don't know the quality risk, we don't know the customer priority, overtime capacity, financial approval limits, blah blah blah, all these things. But still we make choice. Okay, we decide without complete context. You see here, this is what the thing is. We make choices with half baked information. Okay, may not be the entire the information what we need, as I said at the beginning. So organizations do this every day, not because they lack data. The data already exists. They are spending millions of dollars on building systems like SAP and you name it, the ERP systems. The company spend millions. Okay, so the data already exists. Sales knows the demand, planning knows the shortage, quality knows the risk, logistics knows the transport options, finance knows the cost, but nobody immediately sees the complete situation. Now, how do we address this problem? Okay, either we need to have some system which does all these things, right? So for to achieve this one, to my knowledge, there will be number of phone calls, number of meetings, okay, overnight, crisis management, and all that chaos goes into this whole I mean, the situation which I have just explained, which is a typical situation in many of the manufacturing companies. Now, how can we solve this problem with AI? Okay, I'll just throw my perspective of AI definition. Of course, the previous speakers have defined AI much better than me, but I'll put it in a simple terms to the this context. AI organization, it can see, it can understand, it can decide, it can act, and it can prove. Okay, so these are the things, capabilities the AI organizations need to build as organizational muscles. Okay, so my forecast is that the organizations need to be self-explaining organizations. Okay, so that's a very important thing to be. Okay, so now what do I mean by I mean explanatory um, organizations? Okay, so let's I'll go back to the same analogy of a production manager. Okay, so production manager sitting in front of his desk. Okay, then just give me a minute.
We can see the notepad, Mohammed
Yes,
ji,
yes, I'm going to
but
bring it.
it's
I'm going
blank.
to
Yeah.
just give me a minute.
Mm.
So one plant manager, okay, now is asking the system, okay, um, can you see the,
Yeah.
yeah?
Yes. Yes.
So the plant manager is asking the system, the AI system, which is self-explanatory, will we meet tomorrow's delivery? Now the system talks to all the disparate, the silos, underlying systems, okay, and then it does all the computations, analysis, and it brings back you the answer to this question. So here, what is happening is now you are talking to the organization semantically. Wow, this is powerful. You don't have to be even AI expert or even you just need to know what question I need to ask. That's it. Okay, and then you get the answer from the organization, sorry, from the AI system, and then it gives you all that whatever it is explained based on the underlying system. Okay, then the plant manager may ask the second question. Okay, so the answer to this question, the AI system may say that something like this. Okay, 120 assemblies are at risk. The supplier's batch was placed. Okay, I'll increase the font size so that the people can read it much better. 36. Okay. Um, okay, and then the response is 120, 1200 assemblies are at risk. The supplier batch was placed on quality hold at 10:15 a.m. Current approved stock supply is 6 hours of production. Customer orders 7821, 7824, 7830 are affected. Wow. This is I mean, the next question the plant manager asks, okay, now I got the picture, big picture. Okay, now I'm going to ask the question, what are my options? Okay, You gave me the picture, big picture, which I don't have to talk to the different systems which is there in the company. You gave me the summary of my, answer to my question. Now my next question is, what are my options? Okay. Now your system may give you, like for example, something like this. Option one, inspect the held batch using an accelerated inspection plan. Transfer approved stock from plan two, change the production sequence. Boom. I'm just giving you hypothetical, situations. Okay, some of the things may be practically possible or not. I don't know, but these are the most appropriate responses I have just collated and I have put it over there. Now you have the options. Okay, so I'll go back again. So I asked as a plant manager, will we meet delivery tomorrow? Tomorrow's delivery. Then the system gives you the response. And then my next question is, what are my options? The system gives me the options. Now my third question is, okay, my as a plant manager, again, I'm not ready to make the decision. Now I'm asking system, okay, what do you recommend? See the conversation here? It's really powerful, and this is happening in real time, and with within 5 to 10 minutes you are going to make the final decision. This is incredible. Okay, so this is what the future of AI, one of the use case, in continuation of what Arindam was explaining, right? What are the different use cases we can pick. So this I feel like this is going to be feature. Okay, now what are the recommendations it can come? Hypothetically, I'm going to put two recommendations over here. I recommend transferring stock from plan two and changing the production sequence. This provides the highest probability of protecting both customer deliveries. Okay, this is a recommendation. Okay, now it's not making the decision never. We should not allow AI to make the decision. Okay, so that is what Arindam was emphasizing on, the AI governance. Okay, governance has to be there on top of your AI, no matter what sophisticated AI systems you are using or you are building, doesn't matter, but you still need to have the governance layer. Okay, that means that AI systems cannot take the decisions. So human in the loop. Now I got the recommendation. Now my next question is, okay, as a plant manager, I'm asking again, can you execute it? See, I'm going back again, the sequence of questions I have asked. Will we meet tomorrow's delivery? Then I got the response. What are my options? Then I got the response. What do you recommend? I got the recommendation. Now I'm asking, can you execute it? Now the system is responding that, okay, these are the two things it is giving me options. I can prepare the stock transfer proposal and revise production sequence. I cannot release the transfer because the additional logistic cost exceeds 1 lakh rupees, hypothetically. Wow. Now I got some more data to make my ultimate decision. Okay. Now my next question is, okay, you gave me, you have answered my 3, 4 questions so far. Now I'm asking as a plant manager to my self-explaining organizational system. Okay, like that is that, can you explain your recommendation? Okay, you give me all the data. Now rationalize what you are saying. Okay, so then the answer is, so it may say that, Okay, something like this. Yes, the recommendation is based on current SAP inventory, MES consumption rate, quality system batch status. Now it is telling all the subsystems, it has pulled the data to give you the recommendation in simple English. Semantically, the entire conversation is happening in simple English. Okay, so the next question, okay, what the plant manager asks is, can I stop the process? Okay, so the plant manager says, can I stop the process? Then the AI says, or the system may say that, yes, nothing has been executed. You may approve, reject, modify, or request another option. See, that's how the conversation is future organizations leveraging AI systems based on the existing siloed systems which can help you right from the CXO level to the ground level floor managers. They can talk to the system semantically, which gives them enormous power, and the decision making which is based on evidence, okay, and which helps you to build the governance. Okay, this is phenomenal. Okay, so this is not simply a person talking to a chatbot. No, this you are talking to the system which is sitting on the other systems. This is not a chatbot. Okay, this is an intelligent system. Chatbot is totally different. Because of the lack of time, I may not go into the details, but we cannot compare this system with the chatbot. Chatbot is totally different. Okay, so and humans really like talking to the system. I mean, the moment you know that you can talk to the system, that really creates an emotional bonding, and then it creates some kind of uh, a bond between you and the systems, and where you can build confidence on the systems based on, because your systems are talking to you in simple English based on the evidence. That's awesome. Okay, so even though the AI conversational layer, right, is giving you the answer, but the answer belongs to the organization. Okay, it's facts, it's processes, it's rules, it's authority, it's evidence. These are the things which are underlying below the your conversational layer. Okay, so now you are as the example which I gave you, right, the crisis, and then as a production manager, I gave you the all the example right from there to the now. Okay, so but the system is talking to you. Okay, but in reality, the underlying the mechanics is that the system is talking to the systems inside, which I listed above, right? SAP, MES. So there are many systems are there which it is talking to the underlying, I mean, systems as well. So now I'm going to give you the what is the AI authority ladder. Okay, I'm going to explain this of the conversational layer. What is that? The conversational, I mean, the ladder. Okay, level one, inform me. Okay, which we ask the question, okay, that can we meet tomorrow's our, I mean, production goal or target. Then that was the level one. Level two, give me the recommendation. Third one, prepare for me. Okay. Then act with my approval. My approval is very, very important here. Okay. I'm not asking you to go and, okay, you go and do whatever you feel the best now. The human intervention, the governance is always a must in AI systems, and act within approved limits. Okay, so these are the levels where you define the your conversation layer within the organization. So the AI maturity of an organization is also defined in a simple terms. Okay, let me put it over here. AI maturity is equivalent to intelligence, controlled authority, and proverbial action. And this is what AI maturity of an organization is going to be in future. Okay, as I said, this this topic is my forecast. Okay, there is no organization right now as we speak which has these capabilities. But I am sure that this is going to be the future.
Next.
Okay, companies are going to be like this. Okay, then has this feature already started? Now the question you may ask, only partially. Like for example, Mercedes-Benz, um, then Siemens, then few more companies have partially implemented this kind of conversational layer where they can talk to the disparate systems and then which gives them, which makes their organization self-explanatory organizations. Um, these examples show the market is already progressing strongly in three areas. Can you see? Can you understand? Can you explain? See these questions which we already asked in the beginning in the example walkthrough. Can you see? Can you see the data? When you say, can you see, we're talking about the data here, right? That's what in the previous talk also Abdul and Arindam have emphasized on the data. Unless you have the data layer, no matter what smart AI layer you have built on top of this, it doesn't make any sense. Okay, so can you see? Can you understand? Can you explain? Wow, these are absolutely very powerful aspects of a progressing these areas where the organizations are looking at. The market is still developing, and the more capabilities are yet to come, like can you obey? Can you prove? Can a human stop you? Okay, this is where the next generation of organizational innovation will happen. This is my forecast based on my experience and my research. And lastly, before I'm almost there to end, AI will not change individual jobs. It will change the design of the work. This is what we all need to understand. AI will not change individual jobs. It will change the design of work. The example I gave, right, as a production manager, earlier I was same scenario. I was having probably I may have 4 or 5 calls with these guys, this team, reports, phone calls, compiling this data. Still, I am doing all that stuff. Now, in the new world, I don't do all that stuff. The outcome is same in the old world and in the new world. Okay, So the design of work is changing in the AI world. So AI changes how information is found, how decisions are prepared, how authority is delegated, and then how actions are proved. That is governance, which goes back to what Arindam was emphasizing. So, what AI changes basically how information is found in a semantic way, where you can talk like anyone, any human being, not in technical terms, not clicking or not selecting drop down list and then entering date from date to date, blah blah blah, all that stuff. Nah, it's going to be semantic, where you can speak in maybe in the language, like let's say you are a German, maybe you can speak in German, and the system will give you the response. And if you are a French, maybe you speak in the French, I mean, and you get likewise. That's how information is found, how decisions are prepared, how authority is delegated, how actions are proved. So ultimately, what is that? I mean, the organization is going to benefit. Employees may spend less time searching for information, combining reports, preparing, I mean, repetitive summaries, following up for status, all that stuff gone. Now they spend more time verifying conclusions, handling exceptions, making judgments, managing risk, improving the processes. Wow. See, from there to here, searching the information, combining the reports, preparing repetitive summaries, following for the status. From there, you are coming into a different space wherein you are verifying the conclusions, handling exceptions, making judgments, managing risk, improving the process. This is truly an amazing, vision companies can envision to create the learning organizations. Okay, but there is a biggest obstacle here. As I said, we talked about bad data, old technology, lack of AI talent. These are some of the biggest obstacles to achieve this particular vision. Okay, um, so um, so you need to be very clear on where to apply these things. So, for example, let's implement AI everywhere. Nah, that's going to be. Start with one decision, one owner, one trusted data set, one approval boundary, one measurable outcome. That's it. Okay, like the use case we took, right? Take that one, build the capabilities, make it semantic, that clear, and then see the results, and then boom. So you do not start by asking where can we install AI. Nah, you should ask the question as an organization: where are we losing time, comma, intelligence, or trust? Three things: time, intelligence, and trust. These are the three things. Where are we losing as an organization? So you need to ask this question, and you are smart enough to figure out the response to this question. And then that will help you to start your AI journey. Okay. So again, as a closing remark, the winning organization sees early, understanding deeply, decides intelligently, acts responsibly, proves what it did. The future will not belong to the organization that simply purchased AI. Nah, it will belong to organization that redesign themselves around intelligence while preserving human judgment, authority, accountability, and trust. That is going to be the future. So, with that note, I let me stop here and then see if there are any questions. I'm happy to take. And before that, I want to thank Abdul sir for giving me this opportunity. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. Uh, Actually, you gave all the answers. Now it is the turn to formulate questions for the individuals. Okay, so it's very interesting. You said that to be scenario, how does that AI make organizations speak? So I think it's very interesting, encouraging, and also it's challenging. So now organization will talk to anybody as a unit, as a person, okay, and then all the things, processes, the data, people, everything gets aligned to function as a single unit. That's amazing. That's amazing. As you said, it's a long journey. There are many things we need to prepare for that. It's about the data, it's about skills, it's about people. Yeah. So eventually it will come. There is no question about it. So who comes first and who comes next is something debatable, but eventually it will come there. I liked one point where you talk about the people jobs. I agree with that, but I would like to add one more point. Is my observation is uh, mediocre skills does not help going forward. Okay, so you need to really upgrade skills, everybody in the organization, in at all levels. I think that's the competitiveness of the organization will improve, or it's increase. So thereby everybody in the organization have to improve. Okay, so jobs will not go anywhere, but the quality have to improve. Those who don't want to improve, then it will be a big problem for them. Okay,
Yeah,
that is
exactly.
something, that is a
Absolutely.
skill. Yeah, like we don't know how to use smartphones earlier, so everybody adopted it. Likewise, AI has to be adopted by everybody
Absolutely.
in a different levels, based on their need.
Yeah. So,
That is
so the
something.
metaphor I use for this is, let's say, 6 months from now, a radiologist, okay, two radiologists, one radiologist without AI background, and another radiologist with AI background. And it's very obvious that who can survive. Okay, so this is where, I mean, whenever I give a talk on AI, people talk about, oh, are we going to lose the jobs and all? No, you're not going to lose unless you don't change.
It don't change.
You
Yes,
need to be AI compatible.
compatible
Okay,
and then adopt.
and then adopt that one, and you will be a superstar. Okay,
Yes,
so that's what how
yes,
I advise people that don't worry about losing job. First of all, try to build your AI capabilities. And the same applies to the organizations.
yes, yes.
Okay, the use case which I took, right? I mean,
Mm.
the same thing applies to organizations. If organization don't change, then they are going to
We have
perish.
a problem. I think, yeah, that's a big challenge. I think everybody understand it now. How they react, how they invest, uh, is something which you have to see it. Great. Any final? I know. The question I have is, uh, what is it take to achieve that level? But maybe some other time you need to tell us that to achieve that organization, speaking organization. So what is it takes? Okay, for a typical organization. Maybe some other session we
Sure,
need to talk about that. What are the components
sure,
and how do they work together? And then how to achieve that end game. Maybe another
sure.
webinar or
Definitely.
workshop, we will have it. It's a good
Yes,
topic for
definitely.
next.
I love it.
Okay,
I love
maybe
it.
we'll have a talk show on that. Maybe
Yes,
Arindam, you, me,
sure,
and maybe other senior
sure.
people will have. Thank you, Sheikh Muhammad. Sheikh Muhammad is one of the the best researcher in AI what I have come across recently. So I wish your venture Zero UI to be successful,
Thank you.
and
Thank
I would want to see that more active as soon as
Sure.
possible, and
Sure.
look forward for your success.
Sure, sir.
Okay,
Sure.
Sheikh Mohammed, thank you very
Thank you.
much, and have a great time. Thank
Thank you.
you. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Ladies and gentlemen, give a big hand to Sheikh Mohammed. And if there is any questions, please stay, write them, and we'll get them answered. Now, this is the final session. It's my session, and we have 30 minutes. We talk about. I talk about Hoshin Kanri, strategy deployment solution from Japan. So I talk about that. The reason why I choose is there is a reason. Uh, Before sharing my screen, I would like to brief that. Okay, so maybe I'll share a screen and talk about it. Uh, when we talk about manufacturing sector, what we hear is lean, TPM, TQM, EFQM, those things. Okay, so all those major concepts are adopted from Japanese concept. There is a special methodology where Japanese use for strategy. Okay, so when it basically strategy management is matured in the US and Europe, where they talk about the performance based or objective based. Okay, whereas the Japanese talk about process based. Okay, so I before I start my presentation, I would like to give some briefing about me. I'm Sheikh Abdul Khader, CEO of Data Labs India, product architect for Fru Strategy and Frusi. Frusi is a complete supply chain excellence suite where we have an ERP, manufacturing execution system, warehouse management, supply chain planning, and transportation and fleet management. All together, supply chain, we put it to Frusi mod stack, and we are helping multiple organizations to solve their typical supply chain and manufacturing and logistic problems. And through strategy is them to execute their strategies. That's where we come into picture. So let me share my screen. Let me choose the entire screen. Yeah. Okay. So basically, before I start, I would like to brief about one important thing is there are three top methodologies across the globe. One is the balance scorecard, the second is the OKR, and the third is Hoshin Kanri. If you take it in general, balance scorecard is based on the performance management by performance. Okay. Then we have OKR. It's basically an extension of management by objectives. Okay. Then what is the difference is the Hoshin Kanri is a management by process or by means. So this is where the Japanese concept of lean, Six Sigma, TQM, TPM get aligned more towards that. The reason why I'm talking is the manufacturing organizations in India are mostly towards the lean and Six Sigma, TPM, TQM kind of thing. So why don't we put Hoshin Country on top of it so that it get aligned? So that's how that made me to think and present it that methodology to you. So this is my profile. I'm 30 plus years of experience. Okay, so if there is any question, please let me know. So basically, Hoshin Kanri is a combination of two things. One is some kind of strategy analysis, and then you have the Deming's plan, do, check, act. So this is a combination of these two. So that's the reason Hoshin Country took place. And basically, as you present in next 25 minutes, I will talk about how this methodology as in a holistic format. If there is any questions, I cannot see myself. So please let me know, Jyoti maybe. So we talk about Hoshin country basics. Then we talk about scanning, which is scanning of the market conditions. The plan part, it's a PDCA, everybody knows about it. So plan part, how to design your strategies, do it, check, and act. And this plan, do, check, act will be done in Hoshin country at all levels, at the strategy level, at planning level, at operations level. Okay. So what is Hoshin country? The name is like, it's like a Hoshin is a compass needle and country is a control. That's how it is a term. It came up. So compass management or direction management or policy deployment or policy management is the meaning of Hoshin country. What it does basically is, so what is our destination and how are we going to get there? That's what Hoshin country help you to do. So you have a vision, strategy, and execution. Okay. So basically, Hoshin planning means actually you have your innovations, your voice of customer, you have competitive environment. Basically, at the end of the day, all businesses do to meet your customer requirement or customer expectation. So these customer expectations come into strategy, and then this will be deployed through breakthrough objectives. So you need to do some breakthrough objectives to deliver this strategy and to achieve this will help you to achieve world class performance. How it does is, it aligns for key things: your strategy, your processes, your people, and systems. Okay, so this is how the Hoshin country aligns. There is a methodology how to do that, and then you will get a process excellence. Okay, so without Hoshin country, it looks like this. With Hoshin country, it looks like this. I'm not promoting it, but that's how it is. So it generated or it started in 1950s by Yoji Akao, professor, and then it is adopted by Toyota and other major organizations. And from 70s onwards, it spread to Western. 80s onwards, it spread to Western countries. It's one of the methodology where you are, if you are using Lean, Six Sigma kind of thing, Hoshin country sit on top of it. Okay, it's very important. I know it's very heavy slide. Don't worry, I'll try to stick to this. Uh, make it very meaningful things, and this I will talk about like few minutes. Basically, Hoshin Kanri roadmap is, you have a scan, plan, do, check, act. So what it does is, in the scanning, so it analyze it help you to analyze external and internal analysis, create value proposition to give your customer, and then formulate strategies. This is your strategy part. Then plan, define. See here, basically, when you are doing when you are executing your strategy, it is called experiment. Okay, I think it's a nice word actually. So when you are doing your strategy, you will do some experiments. Either it could be a product, or it could be a process, or it could be a people. You do experiments. Okay, so you design your experiments in such a way to achieve your strategy. So, and there is a template. They in Japanese, basically they, without any template, without any proper process, they don't do anything. So there is a template called X matrix, which will help you to design your plan, develop your plan, and then you will charter this plan. Okay, for the policy deployment, like in strategy execution, you charter it and assign to the teams. Okay, so you need to have your strategy in place, your experiments. The outcome of your strategy is experiments, and this will be communicated through X matrix and then through team charters. Like, that's how it is. Now in this, I will talk about this. So in the planning stage, there are 4 levels of management. You see here: value stream managers, middle managers, operational supervisors, and then staff and associates. See, the senior leaders are called value stream managers. They keep adding, they look at the value streams. How does the value is added in the organization at the small level or at the supply chain level. Okay, so they are the value stream manager for the organization. This is the top managers, middle managers who are like a tactical managers or operational managers, and then the ground level managers. So what they do is they have their way. I'll talk about this later. And then once you do the plan, there is a structured way how this plan is cascaded. That's a very big difference between any other methodology and Hoshin country. It is called catch ball. That means you cascade your KPI measures from the top and also link from the bottom. I think that's a very, very big major change when you compare to other methodologies. There is a structured way to do that. Okay. In the do part, so there are two things like the coaching from the Hoshin team, okay, and then actions. And then in the check and act, so you have a review meetings, how to do that. So there is a complete special way of thinking. Maybe it's not a review, just like a review meeting. There is some specific things you need to do as part of when you do the checking and act. So when you do the act, so you take corrective actions or whatever. So you institutionalize the change. Okay, so whatever you try to do it, you institutionalize the change. It's very heavy slide. Don't worry. I talk about this. See, when I elaborate the plan part, okay, so what I do is I do the mission vision statements and long-term strategy. Long-term strategy means 5, 10, 30 years, 100 years. So this is how Japanese do. So you have a long-term strategy. After 50 years or 30 years, what is going to come. That's their way of thinking. Whether it is correct or not, you can tell based on their successful organizations like Toyota or Mitsubishi or whatever. So you can see them like Honda, whatever. Okay. So basically, the Hoshin team is your top team, which is your value stream team. You can leaders, value stream leaders are part of Hoshin team. So what happens is build midterm strategy and annual Hoshin. Midterm strategy means it's a 3 to 5 years. Annual Hoshin means for 1 year. Okay, the terminology. Okay, so that's how this Hoshin team does. 3 to 5 years, you identify your strategy, and then you make the forecast results, and then you have what are the key things you need to achieve these 3 to 5 years. You write it, and then annual plan. You cascade that 3 years, 3 to 5 year plan to 1 year, and then make it like a 6 months, 6 to 12 months plans with the initiatives. Okay. What does this tactical team does is the tactical team, operational team, and ground level team. They cascade your whatever you have done here in the Hoshin team. They cascade, which is the catch ball. Okay, they put the responsibilities and what they need to do it, and how it look like. I'll talk about as we go on. Okay, so this is the basically Hoshin country roadmap. Okay, so basically, when we talk about Hoshin country, we talk about experiments. What does that experiments means? What is it long-term strategy? So how your organization will look in 5 to 10 years, 100 years, also 3 to 5 years, annual Hoshin. Then what is interesting is your tactics, your operations. Here you see action items. What is the project from 1 week to 3 months? That is called Kaikaku, and then Kaizen, which is continuous improvements kind of thing. Okay, so the backbone of Hoshin country is A3 reporting. So for everything, there is a reporting template, which is very important because it is started in 1950s. It is manual A3 paper where you do that. So A3I for competitive information, A3X, which is the most important for X matrix. Okay, then you have a team charter, status reports, summary status reports, and problem solving reports. These are all the reporting formats in Hoshin country. Now let us take very, very quickly each step, like scan, plan, do, check, act, very quickly. Okay, so it's like you do mission, vision, values, and long-term strategy. I'm not going to talk more about it. Okay, so you identify what is required. Basically, in the strategic thinking, there is another strategist Kenichi Ohme, who is one of the world famous strategist for Japan, from McKinsey. Actually, he wrote a lot of books. So one of book is Strategic Thinking, which is very popular. So what he said is, when you are mechanical thinking, it works like that. When you have intuition, so local optimization. Strategic thinking connects different things and come up with a innovative solution. If you don't do strategic thinking, maybe you do the shortcuts, and then you don't achieve the results. Like, the strategic thinking process go all the way like this, and then go for implementation. Now, what we do is, we don't apply all the components of strategy, okay, while formulating strategies. We don't do that. We just directly jump into conclusion, and then let us do that. So that is, sometimes we are lucky, sometimes we may not be lucky. So Japanese have a very solid process to do the strategic thinking. That is very important. When you do shortcuts, you will end up into a problem. Okay. So Kenichi Ohme, he talks about three things, like customers, company, and then competitors. So he talk about these three things. So how these customers, our company, and then the competitors. So he come up with the model with that. So before that, you need to identify your customer segments. Proper customer segmentation is there. So then you have your dimension. If you take these customer, competition, and company as three dimensions matrix, which block you belong and how you do that. So you need to identify that. Without identifying that, you will be doing everything without any proper focus. So it will create a big problem for you. You may be thinking that I'm working hard, but you don't know really exactly which block you belong to. So until you do that, so there are different strategies, like four basic strategies for different kind of organization. If it is a new, if it is existing, then you have different. I'm not going to talk about that more, but I will share something. So there are different strategy tools. So like Porter's product matrix, the market. So one I like is, like, he talk about in the Hoshin country. Usually these six are talk about, but you can do whatever you want to do. Like Porter's product market matrix, market technology matrix, value stream PNL. This is, I like this, and value stream maps, and president's diagnostics. So these are all top six tools which usually Hoshin country uses. Okay, so when you have a strategy analysis like Pestel, SWOT, or something, each analysis gives you something. So you identify what is that. Okay, you properly matrix them, and then this will help you to make a decisions. Okay, I just skip this. There is a template how to do a product market. So everybody talk about product market fit. So that's how it is. This is very important, which block you go. Okay. It looks like this. If there is one shipping industry, so these are all customer groups, these are all types, and then where is that matrix, and then what is the attractiveness of the industry, key products, and then the key markets. So if it matches, so this will tell you how this product market fit take place. And then market technology matrix, you can do that. Okay. Value stream PNL, which is one important thing, is don't take overheads, administrative expenses. Directly, it's a development cost, production cost, material cost, conversion cost. Okay. So value stream profit, you take up that, and then you plan it. Don't include administrative overhead costs. There is a reason. Okay. So you might be thinking that, "Oh, how can we ignore that?" That's where the lean comes. So you need to be lean. So no wastages. Okay. So reduce waste. That's how it will drive you to lean organization. Okay. So you come up with a PNL for next 3 to 5 years. Value stream mapping. I'll talk about this. So value stream mapping is, you have a current state and future state at the operational level, at the organizational level. So at the organization level, you need to really identify what are the key it's a current value stream and then future value stream, not at the operation level. Usually we talk about at the shop floor level or kind of thing. Here we talk about the whole organization level value stream, and then you try to come up with your future state. That is one of the analysis you need to do as part of your scan. Okay, then the reason why value stream analysis it should do is there are 11 wastes as part of Toyota production system or any other things. There are 11 deadly wastes like timwood, what we call. Everybody knows about this. So you need to reduce them. Okay, so you need to be leaner organization to do that. So there is a one method called President's Diagnostic. It's very old, but it is very popular. So look at the holistic way to organize the analysis, the organization. Okay, so this will help you to deeply embed Hoshin country into the policy deployment, where you can really understand where you can add you have a problems as a holistic. Okay, this is called personal diagnostics. I will show some example maybe. So A3I template is for your analysis, strategy analysis. It looks like this. Okay, so when you have a competitive information, you can have something like templates are most important in machine country. Now let us go to plan part very quickly. So when you talk about midterm strategy, you have like you need to really do what it takes. So from next 3 to 5 years, what is a gap? We can also call it as a value gap, and how you achieve. Okay, so how to achieve and what are the breakthrough objectives. So to achieve this, there are some breakthrough objectives you need to close. This is very important. So identifying breakthrough objectives to achieve your strategic results is a core of your Hoshin country. So once you have that, so you can have a prioritize them, sequence them to achieve your strategies, which is can be used A3 matrix, X matrix. This is very important. So this all strategy Hoshin country plan need to be communicated through one template, which is A3X template. So where we talk about like you have your long-term view, your annual views, your initiatives, and then your people who are connected. I think I will show you one example. Okay, maybe I'll show you one example later. So this is annual plan. So when you are talking about annual plan, it is same thing as your 3 to 5 years, but for 1 year. So how to achieve that? You prioritize, and then exactly now here talk about the KPIs. So in the annual plan, you talk about KPIs, how to achieve that. You need to properly plan and achieve. Okay. So this is when you are trying to deploy, you need to identify resources. What are the things? Now here you see the A3X matrix. So this is your breakthrough objective for 3 to 5 years. Annual breakthrough objectives. This is initiatives, projects. So what are the things? And then your resources. Okay. And then you have responsibility, your team. How much how much you want to, what are the KPIs you want to achieve? Okay. And then what are the resources? Everything comes into one template for 1 year. So you have earlier 3 to 5 years one, now it is 1 year. Now this is cascaded to the tactical levels and the operational levels, and then the ground level. That is called catchable. That we talk about next. So I will show you in the limited time. So this is how we can see it. There is a template for this, like this. You have a problem team charter. So you can have a team charter theme like this. Okay. Now catchball is very important. This is one slide which is very important. You see here, Hussein team, you have A3X and A3T teams, and then it is tactical. You three have A3X, then operational teams. So this is how it is done is the difference. Okay, here there is a way how to do that. Okay, they have done. There is some process to do that. It's not that. So they propose, the Hoshin team propose, and they validate it, and they both agree. Likewise, at each level, they agree. It's a two-way process. So they have to agree. Then once they agree, that means It is done. Now everything is connected. Now, in other the methodologies, even in the balance scorecards, the how the KPIs and measures are cascaded is not so strong as Hoshin country. I know I am a balance scorecard certified engineer, but I can tell you that the catchable concept in Hoshin country is much more strong as far as the cascading is concerned. Okay, so likewise, but if you want to do the funds allocation, so you have a limited budget. So how you fund fund them, that is very critical. Okay, so you need to fund them based on the results you are expecting. So when in the do stage, now plan, do. Okay, so execute strategies, you have teams to do that. Okay, so you allocate the Hoshin team, tactical team, operation team, action teams. Okay, then there is a responsibilities in each team. For example, if you are doing a design for Six Sigma or concurrent engineering, it has all the way team charters, and then where you do the improvements kind of thing. Okay, likewise, I skip this. Create a check. So plan over, do over, check. Now when it comes to check, it's again there is a A3X matrix where you see the difference between Hoshin country and others. No blame environment, manage visually, A3 reporting and review meetings. This is the difference. If you look at the template, it looks same. Maybe balance scorecard, object, OKRs, and everything looks same, but the method, how it is done is different. So no blame environment, manage visually, A3 reporting and review meetings. So no blame, nobody should be blamed. Okay, so you should be really have a acceptance culture. So you need to take responsibility and then encourage. If there is a mistake, you accept, you take the responsibility, but nobody will blame you. They support you likewise. Okay, this is the visual you see here. Visual dashboards, you have Hoshin at the organization level. So you have all the things mentioned here. Then you have a tactical, then you have a supply chain, you have a manufacturing, you have engineering kind of thing. You have a visual management, how you can see exactly right from the mission vision. Then you have ocean country reports, the cash ball process, then you have all the way. So you can see the complete management. Okay, visual management pyramid, you can see how that responsibilities also take place. The template for summary reporting, it's not like any template, so it's very clear. Okay, so you have a background, you have a target statement, implementation status, impact, unresolved issues. This is the template you should follow for summary report. And then special summary report, you need to follow this. Okay, you have a special summary report, and then you have a problem solving report. This is very important. So this is your problem statement, target. So everything is systematic in Hoshin country methodology. Okay, so basically there is a review meetings, how to do that. This is plan, do, scan, plan, do. Now we are talking about check. So here in the check, what is the most important part is the reviews, and then how you do that. Like, so PDCA 5 rules of lean DNA is like standard processes and standardized work, zero ambiguity, flow the process, speak the data, develop leaders who are teachers. This is very important. Okay, so here one important point is develop leaders in the check statement. So there is I don't have time, otherwise I would have taken you a deep dive in the transformation layer, but I'll just skip that part for now. In the act statement, okay, so you standardize the work. Okay, so this is 7 experiments of Hoshin, and then who is involved and how you standardize the standardized work, level A, level B, level C. You give the leadership. Okay, then you standardize all the processes. So that one important point is the coaching is one important point of the in Hoshin country we call it sensi. So you need to really have somebody who can coach you. And this I would like to talk about window analysis. Let us say the difference is if you have two teams like A and B teams, there is something we always hear like back to square one, right? So when we have something go roll back, we call it as a back to square one. The same concept is here. You see here, and A and B both are there. Who effective is practicing, and he is also practicing. Both are square one. If A is not practicing and B is practicing, then B reminds and coaches A back to square one. Similarly, like it's in individuals, it's a teams, it's a departments. So everybody have a culture of window analysis where if somebody talks, if they are not performing well, bring them to the square one. Okay, the goal of lean enterprise culture. So that is very important. Okay, so you need to have a sensei, lean master coach to help you. Okay, so without coach, it will be very difficult. So coach has a responsibility to moderate and everything. Okay, I think that's my take. Uh, so Hoshin Kanri will create set of strategic objectives, and then all other things like Lean, Six Sigma, and all things ability to achieve the strategic objectives. That's how it is. So these are all some literature. I think, in my opinion, this is the best one. The first one, Thomas Jackson, and then the Mind of Strategist. These two are the best one. But if you want to really understand what is the difference between balanced scorecard and Hoshin Kanri, you read this Randy Christensen. Okay, and then if you want to understand value stream mapping, this is one. I think this is by the founder actually. So you need to see how this work. Okay. Some important thing is everything is PDCA at the top management, line managers, working teams. So there is a comparison of Hoshin Kanri and balance scorecard. So contextually, data wise, both are same, but only thing is the methodology and then responsibilities wise, it's a difference. And then in A3 problem solving template, how Japanese do is enter low into the market, expand, and then win the world. That's how Japanese do. Okay, and this is a balanced scorecard way to do it. But I relate this to Hoshin Kanri. So you have a scan part, then the plan part, then the do part, the check and act. So basically, it's also when I compare balance scorecard, which is from 1992 onwards, and which is Hoshin Kanri is 1950, both are same. Only thing is the way it is focused. In the balance scorecard, it is focused more on the performance. In the Hoshin Kanri, it is focused more on the process. Whereas in the OKR, objectives and key results, it is more focused more on objectives. Okay. Likewise, I think that's my take. I'm done with my time. If any questions, I'll do that. Okay. This is I know this is not something time does not support. It's very important topic, very limited time, so I need to really take it up. Uh, Yeah. So thank you, Faisal Saab. This is very important uh, concept. I think we need to understand how this help Indian organizations or any other organizations who want to adopt Japanese concepts of Lean, Six Sigma, and other management methodologies. Hoshin Kanri could be a cap on top of it, and this could be definitely a very important topic, methodology. And with it cannot be definitely covered in 30 minutes. I try to do that. At the high level, it's a scan, plan, do, check, act at all the levels. So thank you, ladies and gentlemen. If you have any questions, please write to me. Okay, so I am available to answer your questions. Okay. So let us take it forward, and I thank all participants and the speakers. Every speaker has contributed very well on their topics, and then I take this opportunity for the event organizers, Jyoti and others, who done hard work to engage this. So thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Have a good time. Look forward for next event, next successful event. Thank you very much, and goodbye.